My name is Mazi Mutafa, Executive Director of Words, Beats, and Life, a hip hop nonprofit based here in Washington, D.C. And I'm super excited to kick off today's symposium with the staff of the Words, Beats, and Life Global Journal of Hip Hop Culture. It's my honor to be able to work here today as a facilitator, and more importantly, to help share some of the information that was presented in the most recent issue of the Words, Beats, and Life Journal. If you don't have your copy of the journal yet, you can still download it for free at wblinc.org/journal welcome. Let me go ahead and begin this panel discussion about how the journal came to be by introducing some of the folks that helped to make it happen. Beginning first with Dr. Dennis Winston. He is a writer and scholar of English and African American literature. He's taught courses in creative writing, popular Black literature, and hip hop studies. His poetry appears in Callaloo, and his research is featured in Streetlit, representing the urban landscape. Dr. Winston also works with independent hip hop artists and producers for his live performance series called Hip Hop is Lit. He is a senior lecturer of English at the University of Maryland and the current editor-in-chief of the Words, Beats, and Life Global Journal of Hip Hop Culture. Dennis Winston. Dennis, how's it going? Oh, that's actually Dr. Clark. Dennis, how's it going?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much for joining us. And I already brought her up to the screen, but let me go ahead and just give her introduction. Coming up next, we have actually before I bring on Dr. Clark, let's actually get this started. So Dennis, you're the current, as you said, the current editor-in-chief of the journal. I know that your working relationship with Dr. Clark goes back to your days at Howard University. Could you talk a little bit about the vision for developing an issue connected to Africa and then deciding on South Africa, and why Dr. Clark was a natural partner to do such a thing?
Yeah, well, I will like to bring Msia in to talk about specifically why we found our way to South Africa. But I think initially it was just this feeling that so much of the music that I was listening to had such clear influences from the continent, whether it was French Montana, whether it was Drake, and then even just artists coming from Nigeria like Wizkid and Burna Boy. It just felt like the time was right for us to do an issue to explore hip hop across the continent. And like most Americans, we tend to, not fully appreciate the complexity of Africa as a continent. Of course, the countries, the numerous countries that are there, and all of the sort of cultural expressions and identities that are there. I mean, hip hop seems to be like one of these places where a lot of those differences are emphasized in the music. So I think initially when we start exploring the idea, we realize that we have to narrow it down. And it's a lot like what I tell my students when they start with a project. We often start really broad, and then we have to kind of narrow our scope a little bit more so that we can have a more comprehensive conversation. So that was the impetus of the idea, was just feeling like the culture itself was requiring this kind of engagement with the music on the continent, especially from an American hip hop head point of view. So that was something that felt necessary. But the reason why we found ourselves into South Africa, and Msia could talk a little bit more about this, is that South Africa was the first country in Africa one of the first countries in Africa to really take hold of hip hop music in the mid to late 80s. So, they were right there nearly at the beginning. Hip hop is already still a fairly young genre. So to know that South Africa was one of those countries to engage with the culture early on felt relevant to us, felt necessary to begin there. And of course, the hope is that we continue to do this work across the continent. My dream for this series really is that the South Africa issue is really just the beginning, and those who will read the issue will see that we're really just scratching the surface. A lot of the questions that I had or didn't even realize that I had are really sort of being teased out in this issue. So I think in short that's why we came to the continent, why we arrived in Africa as an issue, as a journal. and then a little bit about why we found our way to South Africa.
Well, great. Let me go ahead and introduce the first of your collaborators in this, a visionary leader in her own right. Dr. Msia Clark is an associate professor in the Department of African Studies at Howard University. Her work focuses on representation of Pan-Africanism, African feminism, and African identities in popular culture. Msia's research also explores women of African descent in cyber activism and their engagement in digital and social media spaces. She's published several articles, chapters, and books on hip hop in Africa, transnationalism, including Hip Hop in Africa, Prophets of the City, and Dusty Foot Philosophers, Pan-African Spaces, essays on Black transnationalism, and the forthcoming African Women in Digital Spaces, Redefining Social Movements on the Continent and in the Diaspora. Dr. Clark.
Hi, thank you for inviting me actually to do the special issue, because it couldn't have happened without the invitation.
So, like I was saying, my knowledge of your relationship with Dennis goes back to Howard University. What was it about this potential collaboration that really struck you as appealing?
Well, of course, I've been a fan of Words, Beats, and Life since I was in the PhD program at Howard. And so when I was a post-PhD working as a lecturer in African Studies and African American Studies, going to the teach-ins that you all hosted on Howard's campus, I remember, kind of being involved on that level. And then so coming back in 2015 to Howard to teach, Words, Beats, and Life was one of the first, organizations that I wanted to kind of connect with again and try to figure out a way to work with. And so once that connection was made and Dennis was at Howard, it was just kind of natural. And then he was also the editor of the journal. It just kind of came naturally from that, from that, all of those connections.
Well, we are so happy that you chose to collaborate with us. And not only did you come to the table, but you brought additional human resources. We've got Jennifer Erie, also known as Fete Jen. I said that correctly. Feel free to correct me once you come on, Jen. Loves art and culture and curates experiences to promote feel-good vibes. Hailing from Queens, New York, with roots in Haiti, she travels the globe for work and finds her creative niche wherever she lands. She's lived in the Philippines, Tanzania, South Africa, South Sudan, and Zimbabwe. She's the founder of the Lounge Global, which was born in Tanzania in 2014. The Lounge is a live performance showcase for underground poets, rappers, singers, and comedians. She's also the executive producer of mixtapes featuring Tanzanian and South African artists, available on Mixcloud, AudioMac, and YouTube. Jen is often tapped to host different events across the globe and is a trusted resource to connect project managers with fresh new talent. Jen played a critical role in helping to produce, I think this is the first time we did it at the journal. So Jen, welcome.
Thanks, Mazi. Hi, everyone. So it's Fete Jen.
Thank you so much. Maybe talk a little bit about how you were brought into this project, and then what specifically you worked on.
Sure. So thanks to my sister Msia, she roped me into this project. So I was living in South Africa at the time that the concept got developed. I was there over the past 4 years. And so while living there, Msia thought I would be a great resource to help work on the project. So I'm happy she did. It's been great working with her, Dennis, and the others on the team. And also having, other connections with South Africa. I was a Peace Corps volunteer in South Africa back in the day. So back in the 90s, I was out there and have lots of friends on the ground, et cetera, within the hip hop community and outside of it. So with this journal, I specifically worked on a couple of interviews. I interviewed Zubs, who's an artist in South Africa, as well as Lee Kasumba, who's a journalist and media exec. So that was fun to interview some friends, and then also a bigger part on the mixtape. So I helped curate that with Dominic. So that was fun to do, to make this 20-track mixtape for the journal. So those are the things that I worked on.
Jen, you don't say it in your bio, but I'm curious, what is it that got you into doing this kind of arts and culture work, convening? Is it that Peace Corps experience of building?
So yeah, I guess it's just, a personal passion of mine. Starting with arts and culture for me, back in high school, I was a theater arts major. So I've always loved, arts, anything arts and creativity. So starting from there, then when I went to college, I didn't continue on with theater arts, but there I became the president of the Black Artists League, working with different, like-minded individuals and artists. And so I've never really pursued the creative side full force, but it's in me. And so that's really what keeps me going. And like I said, doing stuff wherever I am, I figure something out and get into it.
No doubt. So glad that you decided to get into working with this dynamic duo. But let's add a couple more people to this conversation. So up next, we've got our brand new art director, Erica, who's actually going to be joining us. Erica, Erica says, I study culture, mix it with creativity, and infuse it with technology. When, where, and how appropriate. To reimagine consumer experiences and endear brands to target audiences. I create work that leaves lasting impressions in the hearts and minds of consumers. Work that positively impacts the bottom line for the company. Work that leaves the world because of it. I connect people and brands through compelling creative experiences. I live for the thrill of creative research, strategy development, and inspiring teams to create industry-leading products and solutions. So if you love this 200-page first-time issue of the journal, Erica is the person to thank for it. Erica Keith, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be a part of this panel. Thanks.
So Erica, because you were such an integral part of the management and development of this process for creating, I know done in collaboration, maybe talk to us a little bit about how maybe this was similar or different than your other experiences creating publications, and maybe things that you needed to learn about South Africa more broadly in South African hip hop to try to represent it beautifully.
Yeah, so thanks again for having me. I'm excited to be a part of this panel again. Before I begin any project, I immerse myself in the culture and the arts. I knew that going into this specific issue that I needed to do that because I am not South African, but I love to explore and I love to begin any project with just jumping in and being a sponge. And so it's really about humbling myself. And that's something that's very hard to do as a designer. If you think about it, for over 20 years, I knew that I didn't want to make a plum full of myself. So I appreciated being a part of this team. Msia and Fete Jen were people that I just leaned into for the expertise. I read books and articles, and because we're in this pandemic, really just surfed the web to really absorb everything that I can. And I stumbled across some notable graffiti artists in South Africa. I just really began to see the beauty that South Africa brings to everything. And that's really what inspired me to jump in. I created a kind of like a mood board, a creative direction based on all the research that I found. And I wanted to make sure that I was as authentic as I could be. So leaning into Jen and also Msia during this process was a huge help for me.
Wonderful. I know that we all feel like you were an amazing addition to this team. Coming up, our final panelist, saving the last for last, our good friend, Alan King. Alan King is a Caribbean American poet whose parents immigrated to the US from Trinidad and Tobago in the early 70s. He's a father, a husband, and author of 2 full-length collections of poetry, Point Blank and Drift. Plan B Press published his recent chapbook, Crooked Smiling Light. King's poetry caught the attention of U.S. Poet Laureate Joy Harjo, who said, "Alan King is one of my favorite up-and-coming poets of his generation. His poems are not pop or flash, rather more like a slow dance with someone you're going to love forever." That's powerful. King is also a videographer and motion graphic artist. The video he produced for his poem Gluttony was an official selection of the 2021 International Video Poetry Festival in Athens, Greece. Alan, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thank you for having me.
No doubt. So, Alan is actually the poetry editor for the journal and has been, I want to say, for the last 3 issues, including South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk a little bit about your approach to finding poets and kind of curating a poetic experience, whether that is through finding great partners that are local who can help you identify people. Like, what's the process?
All right. Well, I would say with the previous issues, like I usually lean on a network of writers that I'm connected with. So that network is usually Cave Canem poets or poets, writers that I've worked with in the VONA program, Voices of Our Nation. And so, but this particular issue for me was challenging, trying to find writers for this. So I have to echo what Erica said about kind of humbling myself and really leaning on other people's networks. And so part of that included you, Mazi, doing a call out to your network of poets from the DC area that did do some work in South Africa and had some connections there. So that was very helpful. Quick shout out to Jonathan Tucker and Holly Bass, who sent some names for this issue. And yeah, I think with this particular issue, ended up going with the writer that got back to me in time. There were a lot of other great writers I wanted to include in this, but the writer I went with was the one that got back to me on time. But the awesome thing about this, another awesome thing about this collection, though, is that the connections that I was able to make with a writer that the work that I wanted for this issue was not available. It had already been published elsewhere, but because of the connection that we made with this issue, they could be in the next issue of Words, Beats, and Life. So, I mean, for me, this was a learning process. I was leaning on the expertise of everyone on the staff that was familiar with South Africa. It was a learning experience for me. Enjoying the mixtape and really look forward to exploring more work by not just Hope Net Shabambi, who is in this issue, but the other writers that I wanted to include in this. So grateful to be a part of this issue.
That's what's up. Well, so now that it's done, it's been released, it's been downloaded hundreds of times. Folks are tuning in to watch it. Some folks are using it in their classrooms. I wonder, looking back at this, what feels like a year-long process, might have been longer than that. What are some major takeaways for each of you, either about the process of finding contributors or even making decisions about which content would be included? Like, one of the things I've loved about looking at the journal is that it's included things like lesson plans, it's included multiple timelines, it's tons of interviews, focusing on media, the production of the mixtape. Like, you all did a lot of things for a publication that's existed for 20 years that's new. So maybe share individually what your kind of highlights have been of this process.
I'd like to start, if I could, because you brought up some really great points about the timeline, about the mixtape. in the syllabus at the very end. I mean, those were concepts that, I've been wanting to do with the issue from the very beginning. I mean, and even pieces of those have found their way into journals over time. So, for example, the first time that we did the timeline was with the street lit issue, which was a really a big success, and that's why we try to mimic something like that in this particular special issue. This was the first issue where we had the mixtape. So the plan has always been, when we put a special issue out, to have these sort of really cool components. I mean, even in the long term, we hope to be able to do things like have, the timeline is sort of like a centerfold where we can have people rip it out of the, well, not, tear it out, perforate it out of the journal and sort of have it as a poster board. The mixtape, of course, was a fantastic contribution to this. It gives folks, I mean, it's connected. It's connected to what we're doing. I mean, we're writing about hip hop, but I think it's also important for us to display some of the artists that are important to this particular genre and to the culture. So, and of course, Msia's syllabus at the very end, I know that that's something that the journal had been doing at one point, where they were creating sort of like this curriculum tied to a particular issue. But this was a great opportunity. Msia has been doing work in this for quite some time. So it just seemed like a lot of things just really aligned perfectly for us to sort of include all of those really special things in the special issue that I've been wanting to do for quite some time. So that's really been, at least on my end, the takeaway is that it's been really, really nice to see, even though it was kind of tricky all the way through. I mean, we really had a lot of roadblocks along the way, but the fact that really some of those major special issue elements came together in this issue has been really fantastic. So that was my takeaway.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, yeah, I was glad to see the mixtape included. I didn't contribute to the mixtape, but I know the mixtape is an iteration of an idea that Dennis and I had been talking about with past issues. Having some sort of like companion thing with it, so that the journal, so that the journal lives, off the page. I think one iteration we had talked about that may come in the future was actually including video or other performances from some of the contributors to this. So I was glad to see the mixtape in this issue. I think for me, and I'm a little biased on this, is the thing that jumps out to me in this issue is the piece by Hashim Rabanza. I'm saying the name right. It's a tribute to Mr. Devious. And I remember when we were having discussions around that piece, like I think when we got it, it was disjointed, and we were trying to think if the piece should stay in this issue. And so I took a stab, and some other editors took a stab to kind of restructure some things in the piece, to kind of pull the narrative out. And when I got a chance to see the final version of it, I mean, for me, it's the piece is really touching. It's touching on for me for so many reasons, because I mean, the tone of it, the at least what I see, the level of tenderness in it, in the remembrance, the recounting, coming from an MC about another MC who had an unfortunate fate. I really appreciated that tenderness. I mean, there is some tenderness in hip hop, but you don't see a lot of it, or at least I don't see a lot of it. I speak for myself, so it was good. I'm glad that this piece survived and is in this issue.
And Alan, I think that also speaks to one of the things that we did in this issue, which was trying to really capture all of the voices that are important in hip hop. I mean, as a peer review academic journal, of course, the thing that we're always looking for is that rigorous scholarship to include, to really kind of really live up to those expectations of a peer reviewed journal. But we're also in hip hop. We think about that fifth pillar of hip hop, which is knowledge. But I think the most important thing about that aspect of knowledge is that it sort of bridges the gap between the mainstream and the universities. And I think in many ways we found voices that did that in this issue. We've placed really those authentic hip hop voices right next to those academic voices. And at the end of the day, there's intellectual engagement, and there are all of those qualities that we appreciate as being part of the hip hop community. So I guess that's another sort of thing that we're wanting to try to do with this issue moving forward. So that speaks to what Alan is talking about. And a lot of that has to do with what we do on the editorial board side, which is to try to, bring those voices together in a way that seems seamless for our readers. So we hope you all appreciate those efforts. So thanks to Alan and to Alice Tandojaraj and to Mikal Lee, and to, of course, to our managing editor, Anastasia Cloughton, really, really instrumental in putting this issue together and creating those kinds of authentic connections and bridge work that we hope to be able to do. And this is just really, I cannot emphasize enough that this is really the work that we're doing is really just simply scratching the surface. We hope that when folks read these issues, they engage with us, they ask us more questions, they require more from us in terms of what we produce. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's interesting listening to you guys talk and I've been telling Msia this, I'm not an academic. So she really pulled me into this and really like pulled me out of my comfort zone. But what I did, it was interesting to me. I was expecting more submissions and maybe, that's just unrealistic, but it's probably also because maybe hip hop itself is not something that's that widely written in terms of academic journals. And so for me, I just was expecting us to have more submissions and was, think we'll be inundated with submissions and, but then that wasn't the case. And then I guess for me also is, there were some interesting things that were submitted, but that weren't so connected to specifically hip hop in South Africa. So I hope that we could also use that material for other things later on as well. So the whole process of the submissions and reviewing and all that was a new experience for me. So I appreciate all of you and your patience with me on that.
I'll just say that I think that one of the things I liked about the issue, as someone who's also not South African, was kind of very much aware of representation and wanting to have that balance of acknowledging that the journal is not a South African journal. So, we didn't need to have all South African contributors, but wanting to have enough South African voices balanced with, voices that were coming from outside of South Africa, to acknowledge that we had that balance. And so I think that we did a good job of doing that. We had contributors who were South African. We had contributors who were from outside of South Africa. And then those who were coming from outside of South Africa were really kind of reflecting on either their experiences in South Africa or kind of their experiences with South Africans or their kind of, views on music in South Africa. So, the album review that we had, or the people who were interacting, like Hashim's piece or Jen's interviews and my interview. So I like that we have that balance. So it wasn't kind of this these outsiders all just kind of telling South Africa's narrative, that we had a really good balance, I think.
The beauty for me in all of this is the collaboration. I appreciate, again, I was saying that I needed to really explore South Africa for myself because I am not South African. But, I know that there were a few iterations of the cover. We didn't know what exactly we wanted to put on the cover. And when I first started, I read, the preliminary journal, and I got, what I got out of it was the hip hop, the music, the vibe. And I was like, that's exactly what I want to put on the cover. I want to put a DJ. I want the energy. I want that excitement. And so I found a South African DJ, a photo of him, and I wanted to layer that with some images, some edgy artwork, some bright colors, and I was talking to the team about it, and they were kind of like, I don't know if that's it. That's not, where we want it to be. And then I know Misia brought, into this, the fist, if we're thinking about the acknowledgement of Mandela and his salute, she was like, what if we bring that into it? What if we have, that? And I said, well, that'd be great. We can bring in the South African flag and, the colors are bright and vibrant, kind of remind me of the Cape Town city. And I can see all of that coming together on the cover. And so I created a concept and I was like, okay, this is it. I'm excited. And, we were kind of, all, thinking that this was going to be something that we could totally see working. And then, the team came back to me and said, that's not it. I want this to feel more authentic. I want this to be, when you look at it, you see South Africa. And so, Misia went and looked at some graffiti artists, and she was like, I want to see if I can get some a piece that represents South Africa on the cover. And so after her looking at several artists, she could talk more specifically about how she did this, but she landed on Narstar, or maybe we landed on it together, the collaboration. I can't remember how, it all came to be, but I love that. And I like the fact that, even though I laid something down, I designed, we were kind of nimble enough to, make some changes along the way. And, we haven't really showed any of you guys yet, what it looks like, but I think it came together wonderfully. This is a piece by Nardstar called Think for Yourself. And it captures, just the energy that I think the city can bring. This is a beautiful mural of a woman. And I like the fact that when you open it up, I think Dennis was the one that asked, can you stretch it across the spine, And I said, that's a great idea. So, even though I am an artist, I'm a designer, I love when people bring their ideas to the table because it really makes it more powerful and everybody has their buy-in on it. So I just wanted to let you guys know that it was a pleasure just working with you. And none of us were kind of headstrong. We were kind of just wanting to work with each other in this process. And I think it made it even more beautiful.
And Erica, your don't forget to tell everyone your fist image lives. It lives. It lives on
That's
the
right.
Right. It's on the mixtape.
It is on the mixtape. Exactly.
We were keenly aware. We were keenly aware that for the most part we're not South African, and we knew that we had to be conscious of that. At multiple stages throughout the process, whether it was accepting contributions, whether it was the artwork, whether it was a number of different factors. So, I mean, that played a lot into our decision making. But I just, the fist lives on, and I mean, I think it's a beautiful cover for the mixtape. I'm glad that we were able to put that energy into the cover, and even though we didn't use it for the issue cover, but that energy still lives for the mixtape and for promotion and all that sort of thing. So,
right.
Yeah. No, I think that having been a fan of Narstar's work for a few years and having been introduced to her work from other people and following her online and just kind of seeing her career, I knew that in the hip hop community, especially in the hip hop community, she was well known. In the graffiti community internationally, she's shown, definitely in Europe. And so I know in the US, sometimes we definitely live in a bubble. We absolutely, regardless of the genre, what type of art, we often kind of, if it's not a US artist, we're often not necessarily aware. So an artist may be known throughout Europe and Asia, but they may have no audience in the States. And I know that's really, really common. And it's really difficult to kind of break through in the States. So you take an artist like Narstar, whose work is kind of recognizable in like European graffiti scenes, street art scenes throughout Africa. So I knew that anyone coming out of that scene, the street art scene in Europe or throughout Africa, and even perhaps Asia, would immediately recognize Narstar being a South African street artist. So I wanted something that was recognizable, even if US audiences, again, because she's not an American, wouldn't have recognized it. International audiences would, and being kind of this global journal, kind of adding to that, again, global, speaking to that global audience. So I was glad that we were able to do that. And I also was glad we were able to keep the fists because, South Africa, I mean, they continue to be one of the most actively protesting. I mean, there's almost always a demonstration or a strike for good reasons. But that spirit has never left. Apartheid ended, but the spirit of protest and voicing, dissent kind of lives on. So I think that fist is such a part of the culture that I think it's great that we were able to keep it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate the fact that each of you really respected South Africa and respect South African culture, communities, artists enough to humble yourselves to try to be honest brokers of information, to be inquisitive, to ask questions, and to lift up voices that might otherwise not necessarily be lifted up. I wonder if each of you could kind of talk about, and this is actually presumptuous on my part, like this process of honoring a culture that you're interested in, that connected to because it's hip hop, but interested in its hyper local manifestation. How that process changed you as a kind of curator, as a scholar, as a lover of culture. How will you change through this process?
Well, I just want to say that this process has inspired me, and I see Emil is white. I'm going to connect with him at some point, but I think that it has inspired me to really kind of want to do more work in South Africa in terms of research. So every time I kind of read more, learn more about South African hip hop and the different layers that exist around identity and race and ethnicity, the more I realize I don't know. And so this project is really, really kind of, I'm really interested in going to South Africa and spending more time there and actually trying to spend actually a few months, perhaps longer, and doing some research and really kind of trying to dig into some more of that and uncovering more of what I think the issue touches the surface on, and kind of really talking to more of the people that are in the issue, but also other individuals to kind of explore some of those discussions and conversations around race and identity more.
Yeah, I'll say that as I said before, this was a learning experience for me, just about the various aspects of the culture. But the thing for me though, like what I see myself doing is going back through the mixtape for this issue and really just doing my own digging and looking for more music by the artists that are featured in that mixtape, and adding that to my collection. So I mean, I'm always inspired when I come across artists from other cultures, and just the things that they're talking about, and and how some of those issues that they're tackling are also universal too. But it's opened me up to new artists to check out.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
I'm.
was thinking. Oh,
Oh, go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead, Jen.
Now, when Alan said that, I was thinking also about the mixtape and reaching out to the artists, especially those underground artists, and just reflecting on how the South African hip hop story is also a very Pan African story. Because there's so many folks who live in South Africa and who are doing music and art there who may have been born somewhere else, but they have lived all their life in South Africa, and so they're very much a part of that culture in South Africa. And so it was interesting to learn more about these artists, and also even when I did the interviews with Zubs and Lee, to hear more, dig deeper about their story and their relationship with hip hop in South Africa. So that was a great learning experience for me.
Yeah, and to both of those points, I think the mixtape for me was also really enlightening, and even Msia saying something about how as American consumers of hip hop music, we can be really in our own bubble. And I think that an issue like this, and even just working with Msia, not just on this issue, but with her her podcast that explores hip hop artists across the continent, I was just really sort of exposed to how much of, you know, the culture outside of the U.S. that I had, you know, very little knowledge on. And as a hip hop head, you know, especially one who, you know, I've thrown myself into hip hop music in the US, and I feel a bit guilty too. Like, why haven't I been exploring this work in the mixtape? Again, it just sort of opens me up to all of this music. I'm sitting here thinking, man, I should have been listening to this the whole time. So that's really one of the things that I've pulled out from this experience, is to just, you know, get out of my comfort zone, and then just appreciate really just the expansiveness of hip hop.
Misia hit it on the head for me, you know, living in a bubble. I guess I feel like it's the theme of, you know, everything that we're saying here. But that's how I felt, you know, when I was working on this project. I'm like, there's so much to explore. And as I was reading Jen's letter, I noticed that we have a mutual connection, Shane Evans, who lives in Kansas City. And I remember he's you know, a wonderful artist, musician, you know, just great person overall. And I remember him traveling to South Africa. We worked at Hallmark Cards together in Kansas City. And I remember the energy and just the vibe that he brought back after he came back to Kansas City and was talking about South Africa. And, you know, as he, you know, just lit up literally every time he spoke about it. When I read that Jen knows Shane, I'm like, it all makes sense. You know, I think even recall like looking at her face. I'm like, I think I remember seeing some photos of them two together or something like that. And just speaking of photos, if you look at the journal, both Msia and Jen traveled to South Africa and wanted to share some of their photography in the journal. And as I was looking at the pictures through it, you know, just thumbing through it, I'm like, I want to present these as though both women were sharing these photos with a friend. And if you look at the layout in the book, you'll kind of get that, you know,
Beautiful.
feeling. I keep showing you guys as you can see it really clearly, but you can imagine if they were showing you these photos in their own living room of their experience, you know, in South Africa. Like I literally felt like I wanted to be there at this hip hop festival, you know, in this photo because it just, you know, just the energy again in the piece. And I just wanted to kind of know what was going on in these situations. So I reached out to them and asked them more questions, asked them to share more photos. And I really appreciate how, and I love the way this came together in the book. And that's really what I felt like I wanted to do in my own work is to explore more cultures. You know, I didn't realize how closed I was off into, you know, the world until I started getting into this project. This is my first international kind of project. I know it's uh, not necessarily all of us are South African, but I feel like this is the one piece that I can say that broadens my worldview on everything, and I appreciate that. I know there's more to come from you to work with words, beats, and life, but this to start off with was like, yes, I'm all in, guys. I'm all in.
Beautiful work, Erica.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great look. And
Yeah.
you know, you mentioned Shane Evans, you know, we went to college together. And
Oh,
so it's so great, you know.
yeah.
And then when he went to South Africa, I connected him with folks in the embassy there and he went for a book tour. So, you know, we always love helping each other out and working
Yeah,
together and stuff. But he's an amazing artist. Yeah.
he is.
So Jen talked about this being one of her first experiences working in an academic space. I wonder, she kind of actually did something that I don't normally do in public, which is she kind of pulled the curtain to the side and showed you the wizard and was like, pay no attention to that wizard. She talked about some of the challenges of putting this issue together. We've been talking about some of the successes, the things that we love. I wonder whether it was expectations that you brought to the project or people that you thought by calling on them, this would be an opportunity they'd want to take advantage of. I wonder what were some of the challenges that each of you faced? Because Erica also talked about the challenges of kind of reading the room about
Hmm.
what she imagined the vision for the publication to be, at least for the cover, and then kind of what the room thought. So like challenges in this process. And I think this is especially important for young scholars, community-based scholars who aren't necessarily in a university, who might want to contribute to some of the work that Emil was talking about. Um, some of the things that maybe you didn't expect that presented themselves as
Hmm.
challenges.
Yeah, I spoke about this earlier, like this issue being a challenging one for me, just in terms of submissions. Because usually with the past issues, I can send a call out to either of my networks and get some work coming in, or I'll have some writers in mind that I think their work would vibe with a particular issue, and they come through for that. But when I shared the call for this issue, and I was surprised, shared it with Kaveh Khanum, and I was looking for more to have a lot of at least get some submissions from that. It was like radio silent. And same thing with Vona, I'm like, oh gosh. And so, yeah, it was again having to lean on, other people's networks and to get some writers. So, I think going into this, I kind of went into it. I wasn't thinking about it this way at the time, but looking back at it, I kind of went into this cocky, like, it's not going to be a problem getting submissions from folks on this, and it humbled me. So yeah.
I'll be honest, this was my very, very first time designing a journal. I've
Mm,
designed magazines, I've done flyers, posters, I've done all kinds of things, but I had never designed a journal. And so for me, understanding just how to orient myself, with, the certain sections, and at the end of every article, you have the resources, and you have to make sure that it's, you're crediting every line, correctly. So it was more technical than I'm used to working. And so I wanted to make sure that, as I was going through, I was connecting with Dennis, I was connecting with, the other editors, those who were on that technical staff of doing the proofreading, to make sure that I had everything right. Because I literally freaked out every time I thought I wasn't going to be doing something right. The references section, in the book, and making sure all the names were listed correctly and not leaving anything out. I got a little paranoid through it all, but I think it all just again talked about the unity that we had on this team and working together. We had to I had to change a lot of things. I had to revise things. I had to fix things, fix my own errors in the book. And so the fact that I was given some grace through it all was
mm.
it just really made this working relationship very strong for me. And so I appreciate that about, working with you all again on this.
Well, I'll say, and I know, Dennis knows, after having kind of read so many kind of academic journals that are just dry and this kind of black and white, like just, I mean, and even when you're writing and you're submit, it's just, sometimes you're just like, you don't necessarily share it all because you realize people aren't going to want to read it. So I think if more academic journals could just be laid out like this, even if they're not necessarily including a lot of content from artists, but just the layout, I think would even encourage more people to actually read more of the content. It would make it more enjoyable. It would make it visually a better process. So I think this is the first time I've seen an academic journal presented like this. And I think that was what for me was so amazing about it. So I definitely like that. And I think in terms of my own challenges, again, a lot of us have talked about not being South African. So I think that being able to reach out to people, and reaching out to trying to reach out to like diverse folks, people in Cape Town, people in Johannesburg, and just trying, because I realized South Africans have a very big presence on social media. But if you're not tapped into South African social media, what I post is not necessarily going to break through. because I'm not connected to that network. But I'll hear from friends about like, oh, this thing went viral on South African Twitter. And I'm like, well, I don't, so there's this whole network, and you have to kind of know people who are in it. So really struggling, I think my struggle was really trying to find people who were plugged in and trying to give recommendations on how to contact this person or how to contact that person. Like even with Narsa, I think I contacted Emil, and Emil gave me her contact. And it was contacting her saying, hey, I'm friends with Emil, because she may not have responded. So yeah, I mean, it was really that if you're not plugged in, it's really difficult to get seen and heard.
Yeah. One challenge that came to mind that we all had fun debating was in terms of language. So the word hip hop and how, remember we had a good long call about that, debating back and forth, is it capitalized? Are both H's capitalized? Is it hyphenated? Is it one word? Is it two
real
words?
philosophical.
So, yeah, but it was a good process, because there were some things that came up that you guys brought up I never thought about. I'm like, so it's just hip hop, just write it out there. But then you guys were so specific, like we had to decide on a way, and then that was going to be the way, and at least we can like explain how we came to that. But so I thought that was a good process.
But I think that's a good point. It's about continuity. It's about bringing everyone together. Because there are so many different iterations of hip hop. So we wanted to have a kind of seamlessness, sort of going throughout the issue. And I think even a term like that is an important way to sort of demonstrate that. But I think one of the challenges for me is because everyone in this group, they're really hard workers. They do a great job at the work that they do, and you're all so very, very busy. So, and the work on the journal is something, it's a labor of love. It's something that we invest in because we're passionate about the project. And it doesn't often, we don't often reap the benefits from it, while we're doing it. And this was a nearly 2-year process. So, I think the challenge for me, and I think for all of us, it's not just a challenge for me, is to maintain that level of investment throughout time, throughout all of the setbacks, so that we can arrive at a journal like this. And I think that really speaks to the commitment of the team. That I guess if you could call it, I guess it certainly was a challenge, but it was one that I think we all sort of rose to. So again, I really just appreciate so much this team, and and we learned through so much. We learned how to collaborate with one another. I mean, this was the first time that we had worked with Erica. Al and I have worked together for a couple of issues, but for the most part, this team was fairly new, and that's a pretty risky sort of endeavor to sort of take on a new project or with a new team, exploring an issue that we're all really sort of sensitive about in terms of capturing it right, but knowing full well that we're really just simply opening a door, right? We're opening a door to a conversation. And when you open a door, there's no telling what can come through. So we're preparing for that, or trying to prepare for that, and also do right by our contributors, do right by our own sort of, integrity as artists and as intellectuals. So pulling all of those things into play for this 2-year process, I'm happy to see where we are. I'm encouraged by this team. So I mean, I'm glad we're here. This is like a celebration in many ways. I think it's one of the times I think that we've all been kind of in the room and have been sort of just able to sort of relax and see the work that's gone into it and appreciate one another. So, and thanks Mazi for giving us this opportunity to share in this group in this way. So yeah.
I do want to say one thing that I think it speaks to our love of the culture, because I think all of us love hip hop, and I think we overcame a lot of stuff because of our love for hip hop. It definitely wasn't because we were planning on getting rich or because it was notoriety, or it was our love because everybody's nice and smiling, but there were times everyone got on everyone's nerves, and there were times I know I pissed people off, and I know, so, but I think it's our love of the culture that kind of kept people kind of pushing through it, and okay, I'm going to take a beat and just wait, and then I'll revisit my conversation with this person later. And so I think that, again, having that love for hip hop and having a culture that we all love that was able to kind of say, okay, we're going to, push through, and we did, and came out with a really great product as a result of it.
Well said. Indeed, I agree.
So I know that one of the things that first of all, I'm surprised that each of you has not received your $1 million check yet, but I'm gonna talk to the finance department to find out what's going on. But I wonder, because I know that one of the things Dennis brought to me really early on in this process was this idea of wanting to do what you all keep talking about. Like, this is the beginnings, a kind of a scratch at the surface, and wanting to do more work, looking at other countries in Africa. I wonder what work each of you is doing separate and apart from the journal, whether it be Pan-Africanist or focus on a single country. What work you all are doing beyond this issue that maybe people who are watching should just be prepared to engage.
The work that I'm doing, that I'm enjoying, is I'm just listening to music outside of the U.S. I'm listening to artists outside of the U.S. I have to admit that I am drawn to Nigerian artists, but that has been really the really fascinating thing for me. Listening to, I mean, these artists are popular now, so I guess I'm not. I could probably do a little bit more. I'm listening to like Wizkid, Burna Boy, and just really being fascinated by how there is this assumption, especially among American hip hop heads, that everyone is doing American hip hop, but that's not what's happening in the continent. I mean, these are authentic, new sort of iterations of hip hop music, and and you can appreciate it specifically in the realm in which it sort of is emerging. And that has been really fascinating. It really sort of, it sort of humbles me as an American hip hop head. It's this notion that, we're at the forefront of the culture, that we're always at the forefront of the culture, whether it's even in terms of fashion and style. Like, that's not even, necessarily, we're not even necessarily dominating that domain either. So, again, this project has really opened me up to listening to more, to appreciating more, and really just sort of recognizing how other voices are coming in with these strong representations of hip hop music and culture outside of the US. And I've been appreciating that. I want to know more about it. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When we first started this project, it was in the end of 2020 for me. That was the year that George Floyd was murdered here in the US. And the headspace that I was in at that time was all about social movement, making an impact in my community. I literally launched Black Forward, is a company that I launched right around the same time that I was starting to work with Words, Beats, and Life. And I felt like there was so much synergy between the social movements that go on, especially in South Africa, and what was going on here in the US. And so I really felt like I was a part of an entire movement during that time, launching my own brand, really wanting to empower the Black and Brown community for myself, and seeing the same things going on in South Africa. So it was really a great time for me to jump into this project.
So something that I want to get into, I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm not actively working on it now, but it's something to do with mental health in hip hop and arts. Because when I was in Tanzania and running the lounge and dealing with hundreds of artists, young, a lot of, so young, up and coming artists, so many of them were dealing with their own challenges in terms of mental health. And then going to South Africa and having met WHP, Jabba, rest in peace, who took his life a few years ago. And then recently we just heard about Ricky Rick, right, in South Africa also, who took his life. So there's something there about mental health challenges in hip hop and artists. And there's something that I'd like to pursue going forward.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'll just echo Dennis. Like, the work I'm doing now is just listening, exposing myself to other artists. One that I'm enjoying right now is TK Maida. I think I'm saying the name right, but she's a Zimbabwean Australian singer rapper. But it's, I'm always fascinated when I'm hearing, what different artists are doing and how, in my opinion, how it's, in some ways more elevated than what hip hop artists are doing in America. So it's just listening, and then whenever I get the chance to, trying to put somebody else that I think may enjoy the music onto it.
So I'll say there's a couple of projects that I'm working on. I am working on a special issue of the Journal of African Cultural Studies on Language in Hip Hop. So it's, looking at, I mean, that one again is going to be one of those kind of just, and which I did recommend that they do multimedia stuff, but I know it's not going to be anything going to, kind of close to what we were able to do with Words, Beats, and Life. But it's a journal issue that's going to be looking at the conversations around language and hip hop in Africa. And then, like I said, I want to go to South Africa. I'm going next month for a conference, which will hopefully allow me to make the connections I need to make to go there for a longer stay to be able to do some research. Another thing I've been really paying close attention to is looking at the activity of women in hip hop in South Africa, and looking at kind of the number of women who are actively engaged in mainstream hip hop in South Africa and the diversity of women. And kind of looking at how, that's happening, and, the conditions, and, just looking at the women on the hip hop scene in South Africa. I think it's been amazing as a fan, listening to all the different voices, getting a chance to interview some of those artists has been great. And so that's some of the things that those are some of the things that I'm doing and interested in doing.
I want to plug one more thing. Well, first I want to keep working with Msia and her podcast, but I forgot, I also have an article coming out in April, I believe, with Companion to African Rhetoric, where I'm talking about the history of African American orature and its connection to the griot tradition and storytelling. So that's one thing that I'm doing. I think is connected to this work that we've all been embarking on. Shameless plug, sorry.
Great. I mean, that's the thing, with us, it's like the whole publisher parish. It's like you publish something that's great. So what are you working on next? It's like you kind of have to always.
And then the thing also, not to get back into the sort of nuts and bolts of the work that we do, it's that it happened, like, it's so long sometimes, right, that we forget, oh, I've got this thing that I did a year or two, in this case 3 years ago, that's coming out. So
So I wonder, particularly for those of you that do work in the academy. So one of the things that Words, Beats, and Life is doing is we've actually committed to keep this issue free, and we're committed to continuing to promote it, particularly to academicians, encouraging folks to use it in classes across the world. And so we're actually working now on developing a kind of global marketing push, particularly for hip hop conferences and festivals that are happening, as a thing that people can just list as a resource for people to download. One of my favorite questions I've ever asked, so I'll ask it here again. I was at a conference in California called the Show Improve Conference, and I was there as a presenter, and I asked the organizer, how is this university going to be different because you did this conference? Like, how is hip hop transforming a place that is presenting this work? And I'll be honest, to be honest, I don't remember what the answer to that question was, but this is a kind of recurring theme for me. How does hip hop transform the places that it is? We're talking about hip hop in South Africa, but how can our knowledge, understanding, research, interviews, archival photos, how can that work transform the institutions that we are a part of? Maybe that is the work that you're doing at Howard University, Dr. Clark, or maybe that's the work you're doing at University of Maryland, Dr. Winston, or maybe that is the work you're doing in community, Jennifer, or maybe that's the presenting you're doing and the video work you're doing, Alan. But how can this work be not just a product, but be transformational? Jen talked, and Erica talked about this work coming at a time in her life where she was starting to make a transition, and how the process was kind of running parallel to her own transformational work. But how can this issue and this mixtape be transformation, not just another thing that exists?
But I would say to your point, especially at the university, it's about exposure. I mean, I can't tell you how many students I've come into contact with who just didn't know about a thing, and that initial exposure opens them up to an entire world. I mean, as a student, sometimes I remember the students. You have so much intellectual energy, curiosity, all of those sort of things that if there's the right professor in front of you saying the right thing, can open you up to an entirely new world, which in terms of, in the academic world, that what that does, it provides us with new researchers doing this type of work. So I'm just all about exposure for my students, and certainly a project like this is my own personal exposure to the work. So that is, I think, paramount. And anything that we do as academics, it's really just, again, I mean, all academic works are always about, asking more research questions at the very end in the hopes that new scholars come in and explore some of the work that we're doing. So yeah, that's primarily what I think the importance of having these events on campuses, in classrooms, at conferences, is to get folks who are curious about these things, but maybe they just don't know where to look or who's the first person or first sort of idea that they should explore. And that's the work that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the students now, I don't think they realize it. They maybe take it for granted having professors that are part of hip hop culture, that are part of the community, older generations, but they're still kind of coming from the culture. And, some of my students still don't know what the core elements of hip hop are. You ask them and they blank faces. And so it's the very basics that a lot of them don't understand. So having conferences and journal articles and issues and classes is very fundamental for them to understand the culture that they're a part of, because many of them don't understand the fundamentals, don't know the fundamentals. And so being faculty who are coming from the culture, we didn't have that. When we were in undergrad, none of our professors were hip hop. None of them really cared about it. And I think now what I'm seeing, which is very interesting, is a conversation around drill music, is the media is coming at drill music the way they did gangster rap, the way they came at Tupac and Dre and everyone, and how we felt attacked and how we felt like our culture was being attacked. And so I'm still kind of struggling with it, but I'm listening and having these conversations because some of them are feeling like they're being misunderstood. So I do think that us coming out of the culture they're lucky to have faculty that are hip hop. So I do think it does help the campus. It does help the students. So I think that, the work we're doing is really important.
Yeah, I'll say earlier, Dennis mentioned, and in the context Dennis was talking about this was around the journal, but Dennis had talked about opening a door. And so in a lot of the projects that I'm doing, a lot of the video projects, I always try to find some way of opening a door to hip hop for an audience that I know is going to watch a particular project that I'm working on that may not be into hip hop. So like I'll try to use hip hop instrumentals, to help do the mood, set the mood for a particular project. Like I'm working on a mini documentary of Jennifer Nelson, who was like very prominent in the DC theater community, launched a lot of people's careers, and she actually brought hip hop into she created the hip hop festival at the Kennedy Center back in 2000. And so, that documentary is going to have hip hop in it, instrumentals You know, and what's funny is like another project I did, like I work at a DC agency. Majority of the folks there are, you know, older adults. They will tell you that they don't like hip hop, but when I do the video projects and I'm using like lo-fi hip hop or whatever, you see them bobbing their heads and whatever. So I think not knowing what they bobbing their heads to, but I think again, the powerful thing is just opening that door. And then, I wait till they enjoy it and be like, that's hip hop, right? And they're like, huh? And it just kind of exposes them to other aspects of it, and that it's not the kind of hip hop that they're hearing coming out of people's cars that they don't approve of or whatever. So it's kind of opening that door into like another aspect of that world for them.
That's great.
Yeah, and I would add, I think, this work through WBL is really instrumental and critical in terms of enriching what's out there in terms of documentation of hip hop culture, right? And activities, and especially for South Africa. So, when people are out there doing their research, that this will be one of their reference points. So I think that's really important. And, really proud to be a part of this, knowing that, folks from all over the world, when they do a Google search for hip hop in South Africa, this will most likely come up now, and so documentation is really important, and being able to put a stamp on it through the journal was great, along with others like Emil. He's plugging his books and everything out there. I think it is really important. And the South African Hip Hop Museum team with Osmic, they're trying to do the same, make sure things are documented and preserved and shared with folks. So I think the journal, it's, with this issue, is really doing a lot for the culture, and in terms of being another tool that folks can use to reference.
I'm ready to go to South Africa.
In a pre-pandemic world, this event, very well may have taken place in South Africa.
Yeah.
But we can always come back to it, right? We can always move on.
That's it.
I mean, the reality is that every time the last globally focused or focused on a single country, the Brazil issue, we then took 4 artists to Brazil, and so we've done work in South Africa. Took artists there 3 years ago, and don't envision not going back. So there could be an opportunity to engage some of these artists in person. I just want to thank all of you for being here for this hour and a half of your time. I guess, do any of you have any kind of closing remarks? Some of you will be here for the rest of the day as moderators. But anything you want to say before we wrap? We've got 3 minutes left for this panel.
No, I'll just say thank you. Thank you to Mazi, and thank you to everyone that worked on this issue. It's been a pleasure.
And go and check out Word Beats and Life website. Check them out. I first got introduced by you guys like 10 years ago when I took my son there for hip hop classes. I remember in DC. So love WBLs and appreciate this opportunity to work with y'all.
I'm excited. My son is 9, so he'll be coming through WBL's doors.
Well, just so you know, Dr. Clark, we take them young. We have age restrictions because sometimes parents just are looking for babysitters, but we've got kids that are your son's age who are focused, who want to be great artists. Like, total side note, but starting them young can have a positive impact. I learned in the Kanye West documentary, he's been making beats since he was in middle school.
That's great.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I have a 13-year-old, I have a 10-year-old, and I have a 6-year-old. My 13-year-old does all the things on Soundtrap now. He's completely into it, making beats, and thinks he's going to be the next, producer out here. But we're in Philly, so I would love to bring my son down to DC to be a part. So
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too, Alan, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you too.
I want to thank each of you for your generosity of spirit, of effort, of follow through to create what is really the greatest issue in 20 years of the journal. The biggest, but also really the most complex. Like when I had the vision for the journal as an undergrad, it was a place that I wanted to publish my work, but we had peer reviewers, so I never got published. But I'm really glad that you all opened up this door, and we will continue to walk through it together. So thank you each for joining us this morning. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. The guests for the next panel have already started to file in to backstage. We're going to go ahead and pick back up at 10:30. So in 10 minutes, we will begin the next panel. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first panel discussion for the South Africa edition of Words, Beats, and Life Symposium. I am your moderator for this exchange. My name is Dennis Winston. I'm editor-in-chief of Words, Beats, and Life. Without further ado, let me introduce you all to our panelists. First up, we have Dr. Crystal Lee Inslee. Both performer and professor, Dr. Inslee is an award-winning spoken word artist, poet, author, and advocate. She teaches at John Jay College in New York City and most recently performed in Soweto in Johannesburg, South Africa, where she presented on her book entitled The Fifth Element, Social Justice Pedagogy Through Spoken Word Poetry. Poetry continues to take her around the world, and she uses these opportunities to teach and learn about justice and liberation. Whether she is rehearsing theater with high school girls in the Bronx, writing poems with girls in New Orleans, or performing on stage at the United Nations, Crystal Lee uses spoken word to shine a light in the darkness. Welcome, Crystal.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Winston. How you doing? Good morning, good morning.
Good. I love you bringing that morning energy. You seem like me in front of the classroom at 8 o'clock in the morning. My students looking at me like, hold on.
Right. No,
So thank you for joining us.
Listen, I appreciate the invitation. I'm so grateful to you, to Dr. Msia Clark, to Jen, to Mazi, everybody at WBL for making this happen. And it's just such an honor to be here this morning.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm gonna bring on our other panelists, and we're gonna get into it. So next we have Kimberly Monroe. Dr. Monroe is an assistant professor of history and Africana studies at Trinity Washington University in Washington, D.C. She infuses hip hop from across the African diaspora in her history classes to engage students through a global lens and further explore the course themes. As a native South Louisiana, she was immersed by artists like Master P, the Screwed Up Click, now you're talking my language, and hip hop artists from the Gulf Coast region. During her short time at Trinity, she developed the Africana Studies minor and the Africana Studies concentration with the Global Affairs Department. Her research interests include Pan-Africanism, Africana women's literature, and the Black arts movement. She is the author of Senegal's Hip Hop Griots and the Black Radical Tradition blog for the Council of American Overseas Research Center. She's also author of So Lyrical It Feels Spiritual, an anthology of Black women poetry. And most recently, she provided the album review, Gigi Lamine's album review, in our special issue to South Africa. Kimberly, welcome to the group.
Yes, thank you all for having me. Shout out to the editorial team for being patient with me for that album review. Definitely a learning moment that I surely appreciate. So thank you all for having me.
We truly appreciate your contribution. I think with everyone who contributed to this particular issue, you made it what it is. So our thanks are definitely to you. Next we have Emile YX. Emile is a multiple award-winning South African hip hop pioneer, founder of Black Noise hip hop group and the Heal the Hood project. In 1993, he created South Africa's first hip hop magazine called The Juice. In 1997, he was part of the South African breakdance team that won third place at the World Breakdance Chant Battle of the Year. He has since raised funds to send more than 250 young artists to international hip hop events around the world. In 2010, Heal the Hood Project won the award for the best hip hop organization in the world. That's a big honor right there. In 2016, he won the National Lead South Africa Award, or Lead SA Award, as well as the ETV South African Heroes Award. In 2019, he was inducted into the South African Hip Hop Music Hall of Fame. He has recorded and released 26 albums solo and some with Black Noise and Mixed Men's. He's featured on numerous compilation albums released throughout the world. Emile has written and contributed to 24 books. I mean, this.
You can stop now. It's okay. That's going to take too long.
It's going on and on. So with that said, without further ado, Emile, welcome to the group.
Hey, guys.
And finally, we have Zub. Zub is a South African rapper who began his rap career in high school in Zimbabwe. A year after completing high school, Zubs relocated to South Africa to attend Rhodes University in '99 before moving to Johannesburg. It was in Joburg where that he began his hip hop quest in earnest, entering and winning noteworthy MC battles at Club 206, giving him the formidable rep as a freestyle rapper. Zubs created more buzz as 1/9 of the organized band. The group released their single "Family of One," after which Zubs released a solo mixtape titled "The Last Letter." In 2004, Zubs released his debut album, Listener's Digest. The album cemented Zubs' position as one of South Africa's best MCs, with a South African Music Awards nomination for Best Hip Hop in 2005. A year later, his follow-up album, Headphone Music in a Parallel World, was equally well received, giving him a second successive SAMA nomination for Best Hip Hop in 2007. Since then, Zubs has shared the stage with numerous hip hop artists around the world, everyone from Pops Muhammad to Talib Kweli, performing all over the world. And again, without further ado, Zubs, welcome.
Thank you so much. I had some connection problems. I don't understand why. I think I was the first person in the lobby area, and all of a sudden I was disconnected. Strange.
Well, that and I am currently frozen. Okay, here we go. So listen, this is the world that we live in through technology. The beauty though is that we can all be in the same room. We can have our own cups of coffee, and we can engage in these kinds of dialogues and share it with the world. So I think those small hiccups, we'll accept them along the way. All right.
Absolutely. I just want to say I did catch the last bit of that beautiful intro. So thank you so much for an awesome intro. That was great. I'll catch the rest on like the replay stroke.
Another benefit of being in the digital space is that you don't have to actually be here to be here. So
receipts. We love a receipt.
That's right. All right, so let's get started. So I guess the place to start here is really just talking about. I know that in some of your bios, I had an opportunity to talk about the work that you're doing, and for some of your connections to South Africa and South Africa hip hop. But maybe we can talk a little bit more about that. So what is your personal connection to South Africa, the U.S., and their unique forms of hip hop music and culture? So, and anyone can jump in.
Yeah, I think I should go first only because I'm new to the entire South African hip hop, educational journey. And so I'm honored, of course, to be in the room with so many legends in the game and who have been doing this work for a long time. So I intend to learn a great deal from you all. I have my pen and paper ready. But what I can offer that question, I was introduced to hip hop in Africa in 3 critical ways. And I can honestly say that I'm still a student and a beginner of South African hip hop. And so the first way was through that Council of American Overseas Research Center faculty development trip to Senegal, where I was fortunate to learn from a panel on youth community activism in Senegal. And it featured 3 hip hop artists, Zuman, Munaya, and Kruh. And it was just so amazing to not only just to hear their stories in hip hop, but also to see them freestyle and perform. And I was like, this is an area that I definitely want to tap into as a young scholar, but also as someone who studies Africana studies, through a global lens. And I also want to just shout out Dr. Msia Clark, because the second way that I was, introduced to this is through her work and through her class, Hip Hop in Africa. Got to shout her out as a mentor, especially. And so, I was able to observe her classes. I was awarded an African Studies faculty development 1-week residency at Howard University. And I observed so many of her classes with the Hip Hop in Africa. And she had artists from across the continent come in and talk about their journeys as artists and engage with students. again, this is what I want to do, you know, bring that type of energy into the classroom on a collegiate level, you know, to make history and Africana studies more engaging to students. And the third way is through this call for proposals, right, for the actual journal. I was like, I have to be a part of this. I don't know anything. And so in looking through, you know, women in Senegal, specifically artists, I came across the Genji Hip Hop Collective. And so it made me look up other female hip hop groups. And one that came up was the Yo Girls of South Africa. And so I was like, okay, let me keep looking. And I came across Gigi Lemaine. And I was just like, I like her. And she had just dropped that album, Job Woods. And so for me, that was the critical moment to say, hey, I really want to be a part of this. I'm going to do an album review. And so I jammed that album, I want to say like a month straight, just writing all these different, you know, her skits to her commentary, to her including Black consciousness, which we know is a critical component of hip hop, her talking about sisterhood and feminism. And so that is what ideally introduced me to South African hip hop. And I'm so, you know, thankful to be a part of this journal, because when it dropped, I learned so much just overnight by reading so many of the amazing pieces within it. And so that's my introduction, and I'm here to learn from the greats who are on this on this call. So I'll leave it to you all.
Yo, I'm gonna hop in right after Dr. Kimberly, because first of all, I did not realize you were from Louisiana, sis. I am too. But the dirty
hello
in the house. I love it. I also, you know, coming from the States and just my own, I'm a spoken word artist. And so every space I enter is through spoken word poetry. And we all know, you know, spoken word poetry as an MC, we move the crowd, we master the conditions, right? That's our job as an MC, and that's my entry point into hip hop culture. Is through my own artistic practice as a spoken word poet, but also as a child of the hip hop generation from the U.S. Right, and so a lot of the work that I do as an artist, as an advocate, for the past 5 years, I've been the co-director of a performance called The Girls Speak Out at the United Nations. And so on the International Day of the Girl, we put on like a full-blown performance at the United Nations headquarters in New York City. And so prior to that, part of the reason I was brought into that team is because I had traveled. Sometimes it was through like a grant, a college grant, but I have to call some names. Dr. Angel David Nieves, who first brought me to South Africa. I was an assistant on his project, but I was also, again, there as a poet. And so I met a sister named Zanelle out of University of Wits. In Johannesburg. And so that was where I got to, of course, you know, I'm looking for the open mics, I'm looking for the spoken word scene. And from her connection to those students at that campus, and that was like eight years ago, maybe, we formed a relationship. And then with the work I was doing globally with the girls with spoken word poetry, because I was traveling, facilitating workshops, and then I would bring the girls spoken word to girls in another location to talk about, okay, how are we trying to address power, right? So like speak truth of global girls' lived experience to power through spoken word. And I was like, if that's not hip hop, I don't know what is, right? And so, but it was also like folks taking us to the club, you know how you do. And then so from Johannesburg, also I met a sister named Colleen who she's a lawyer. She works, is it Constitution Hall? Is that what it's called? Constitution Hall in Johannesburg. But she's from Cape Town.
Constitution Hill.
That's it. Thank you. It's a little early. Appreciate it. Yes, but she works there with one of the judges. But she's also involved in advocating for girls' rights. And so we were able to link up through my work with the girls in the South Bronx, which, hello, home of hip hop. And we know we got answers. There's genealogy, right, on the continent, of course. But you know, the way I was taught, it came from the Bronx, right? And so I'm working with girls in the Bronx through spoken word. And then I get an opportunity. Colleen linked us up with a school in Pimville in Soweto. And so we went, and there was 100 girls, y'all, 100 girls in the auditorium. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is huge. There's so many girls. We wrote poetry. We took photos. But again, to me, the spoken word poetry is that fifth element of hip hop, right? That knowledge of self. And so that's my connection. And like Dr. Kimberly said, I'm here. I can't believe we get to be on the live Zoom with y'all first thing in the morning. The OGs, like Amila and Zubs, like I'm in awe. So that's how I enter this space, really as a student always, right? And I'm so thrilled to be here, but I keep learning new things and I keep seeing more and more connections. I know, like with the commercialization, with the Def Jam Africa, a lot of the artists there blowing up on mainstream, but also like some of the best moments that I can remember is, like I said, like sweating in the club with the DJ spinning. So I'm happy to be here, y'all.
Yo, Zubs, you go.
Thank you, Emil. Let me jump right in there. There's only one real legend here, and that's Emil. If we're being very honest. He's part of the reason I started to create music in South Africa as well. But look, for me, I fell in love with hip hop in the 80s, where I was growing up in Harare. And it was love at first listen, basically. I didn't even realize it was called hip hop. I didn't know what the artists' names were. I didn't know what the artists looked like. I didn't know where they were from in terms of which part of America. I just knew they were from America. Back in those days, all we had was like friends who traveled the world coming back with Rap Page magazines, you know, maybe a cassette tape of something they picked up off the street. There was nothing much on radio. There was definitely nothing on, like, you know, on mainstream platforms, on, you know, unlike it is today. But that's why I fell in love with hip hop in the 80s before I even realized what it was. And by the time I came to South Africa in the 90s, the mid 90s, I was a full-fledged head, you know, a hip hop head, born and bred, mentored by Eric B. and Rakim, mentored by Cool G Rap, mentored by people like Borase van der Kaap and everyone from the Cape side of Western Cape side of South Africa. And by the time I started creating my own music in 2000, I had already created some songs and put them out, first in Harare, and then as a student at Rhodes University, I also did a couple of like semi-known songs, but professionally as a hip-hop career, that started when I moved to Johannesburg in 2000. And and then since then, it's been nothing but hip-hop through and through. It was my first love. It was my first job. It was literally all I spent my life doing. My first, I'd say 30 years of my life was just pretty much living out the hip hop existence. And that's kind of where the hip hop legacy comes from. And that's where my association with hip hop from the US comes from as well. So I'm proud to have been a part of hip hop from two fronts. One, as an incredible fan of US hip hop, and two, as an artist who contributed to the body of hip hop work on the continent as well. Now, in my OG status vibe, I can actually enjoy both African hip hop, American hip hop, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Australia, Uganda, you name it. It's a beautiful unifier, this hip hop thing. Thank you so much for inviting us here, me specifically. I totally appreciate being on this panel with you guys.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, so I'm a fan of Black America. So you know, I started at basically copying Michael Jackson in the 80s, and then in 1982 I started b-boying or breakdancing, and so we were some of the first people that were involved in the culture. So this year is actually 40 years that I'm involved in hip hop. And essentially all of the elements, although I don't really practice DJing, I mess around in the bedroom, but all of the elements is how we were introduced to it. And my connection to the US obviously is through that early, the early pioneers and the videos, the movies that came, like Beat Street and Breakdance 1 and 2 and Wild Style, and you know, so those are the early influences. But you know, in South Africa, they first bled the music videos from those movies, and so we got it a little bit before the before the movies actually arrived, But I remember the very first thing I saw was this move, like this. Yeah, that was it, from a chic song called "Hanging Out." That was I was like, yo, I'm hooked. And then I started writing to people through Word Up magazine, and I used to read Word Up magazine, yeah, that magazine. And I got, like, when I got on one day, there were like a couple of 100 to 1,000 letters that people sent to me, and then I just wrote to people in the US, and like I wrote to Rap Pages and all those other hip hop magazines. But pen pals were essentially how I initially got involved. And after we signed a deal, I decided to actually visit New York to go to the Zulu Nation anniversary. It was 1994, after our first election, and met with Africa Bambata. Chuck D was there, and all of the elders, all of the members of Rocksteady Crew. And so I asked, about the culture and about the industry, and then chose with the group I was with, Black Noise, decided to not be involved in the industry, to work on the underground and just tour on our own, fly internationally. And everything we've done since then has been independent from the industry. So yeah, that's my involvement. And thanks to the US, I suppose, my thinking about hip hop is more conscious.
Well, I appreciate all of you all for giving us a little bit of insight on your relationship to hip hop in South Africa. Zubs and Emil, I'm particularly interested in both of you because you two have been there, from the beginning in terms of hip hop's entry into South Africa. And I know eventually, in this panel, I want us to talk a lot about apartheid, because I think for a lot of Americans, a lot of hip hop fans in America, that has been one of the primary connections, especially in the late 80s and 90s. I can remember an entire episode of A Different World that was dedicated to that. So, that for me at least was one of the primary sort of, conversations between Black Americans in particular, but Americans and South Africans. But before we get into that, before we get into the question of apartheid, which itself I think is a really, it's a complex, complicated issue. We're talking about hip hop, South Africa, and apartheid. But before we get into that, I want to talk about just the entry of hip hop into South Africa in the 80s. What was it like? Who were you all listening to? Which artists resonated with you all at this time? Why did they resonate with you all as opposed to other artists? And then maybe even thinking about, well, what is the difference between, that entry of American hip hop artists in the 80s, when American hip hop artists were primarily dominating the scene. Now, I don't even think that we can really sort of claim that status in the same way, especially if we're thinking about hip hop as a global sort of genre. But so that's the question. What was it like, in the 80s with these early artists, entering into the space? Who were you listening to? Why were they resonating with you? Yeah. What was that like?
I think I can speak from around the 80s, and then, Zubs will give about the MCs later on. And I think one of the problems that I find a lot with academia's commentary on hip hop is it's essentially rap studies. It's not really all of the elements in many cases, And so the fact that hip hop arrived in South Africa in 1982 as in the form of b-boying, as well as obviously obviously there was graph in a lot of it. There was MCs, but that wasn't the dominant thing. And so the electro songs, and I mean, like early songs like Rapper's Delight, and then followed by Planet Rock and all of those electro music that were dancing on there. And I mentioned chic, so it was a lot of funk and a lot of what was the others? There was a song by Malcolm McLaren. I think it was called Duck, 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 or Buffalo Girls. Those were the early electro songs that influenced the b-boys. The first MCs for me back then was probably, again, like I think it was Grandmaster Malamal or Flash. The song the Message. For me, that was the first time I remember there being a reference to Africa. I think one of the lines were there flies in their faces and they're living like mice, and the houses even make the ghetto look nice. It's like, oh damn, And again, it's a generalized perception of Africa, obviously, but it's still, there was a reference and clicked with us that, like, hey, you can actually rap about yourself and what is happening in your own community. So this is during the same period of time while watching Beat Street and like seeing like, yo, this looks very similar to the way it is here, you know. I mean, and the irony of it is like watching all these things from the US. When I first went there, I expected it. I didn't realize black people are the minority. I was like, yo, where are these people? You know, but the I think those initial, for me, a lot of the initial songs. So that was one, and then also Randy MC did a track, "I'm about to be back," and that's a fact. And that was like, oh damn, you know. So this is the early stuff that we could identify with directly. You know, I don't know, Zubs, you want to maybe speak more about the
Have you frozen, Emil?
I don't know. I'm okay this side.
Everybody's
Okay,
good to
so
me.
you were just done. I thought you were frozen because you kind of just stopped abruptly and froze. I thought it might have been a b-boy pose. You know, one of those b-boy freak moments. You know?
Not at my age no more.
Thanks a lot for that, Emil. Let me pick up from where Emil left off and talk a little bit more about the 90s. So the 90s were pretty much a very big sort of golden era hip-hop across the world. I think we all know 90s hip-hop in the same way. It's one of the things that unifies us all globally. When you talk about Illmatic, you talk about Reasonable Doubt, Biggie, Pac, that's kind of what we were all vibing with here too. I remember it was almost instantaneous. Obviously, it wasn't like it is today. As soon as something happened in the U.S. in the mainstream hip hop culture, it would then trickle to us here. You know, whether it was about music or whether it was about what was happening in the streets in terms of like, you know, coastal beef and things like that. That stuff also kind of was topical here. But also we had a very vibrant sort of underground hip hop community. When I say underground, I'm talking about like more fringe artists, not necessarily mainstream artists. So you had almost a tiered approach to like people who love hip hop. There were those that love the mainstream names, Biggie, Pac, Nas, you know, Jagger, and all those things. And then there was like still called conscious heads at the time. That was more your, you know, the Roots, Common, you know, and then it started to get a little bit less mainstream. And then it got real sort of like gut, you know, Schnickens, you know, and then it got even more gully, like more underground. It's like completely random cats. I mean, I discovered DJ Rectangle, for example, on campus in the 90s from a guy from the West Coast, that he would play Meet OC and stuff like that, like all kinds of like West. And then there was that movement also on the ground. So in the 90s, you really had hip hop then start to permeate from heads like the ones Emil described to a slightly more mainstream adolescent sort of listenership. And it was very tiered at the time. It was your popular artists from all over the world. It was your more conscious, stroke political, subject-based artists from around the world. And then it was sort of your more niche choice artists, you know, a handsome boy, modeling school-esque type artists, you know what I mean? So, you know, it really, the 90s were really a beautiful time. And I'm not just saying that because that was the time when I became deeply involved with hip-hop. But I just think that particular time around the world with hip-hop was not lost to us here in Africa, specifically in South Africa. We also felt that 90s wave, you know? So that's what we were listening to.
I think I'm also...
Sorry, to add to that. Sorry, Emil. Just to add to that, while that was happening...
The cassette era, you know, of people
exactly.
sending things from the US and people, you know, getting...
You're absolutely right, Emil. That's exactly right. Yeah. And in fact, that's when we started to hear more and more of our own artists begin to put their own records out, where, you know, Black Noise, Prophets of the City, Brass on the Cup, they were doing it and they really felt like they represented a certain sort of up on the game kind of audience. You know, these were people who knew better about what hip hop was in its essence, in terms of messaging, etc. And the others were kind of people who knew it was what was popping in the era in the times with the age group kind of thing, you know? And therefore you had artists like Mischief, for example, he's actually originally from Zim, but he came up with his album Life from All Angles. Spectata, he also dropped in about the 90s as well. And a few more like that. Eargasm record company started to come up. It wasn't just Ghetto Rap, which was known for its hip hop sort of foundation. And then in the 90s, you started to see a movement in Johannesburg, especially, develop, which kind of ushered in a different branch to the one that was happening in the Western Cape with Emil. And that all stemmed from us transitioning from the 80s era hip hop from the US into the 90s era, more sort of popular hip hop into the 90s, you know what I mean? And that kind of birthed what was almost like two branches of the growth of hip hop in South Africa.
Yeah, and I eventually want to get into more into that in a moment, because I'm really curious about the importance of American hip hop in South Africa today. I mean, you know, listening to what you're all talking about, what's happening in the 80s and 90s, it seems like American hip hop artists played a fairly significant role in helping shape South Africans' understanding of hip hop music. But clearly now, you know, not just in South Africa, but all over the world, you know, people are developing their own sort of uniquely, you know, regional hip hop voices. So I want to talk a little bit about that before we close out this panel talk. But before that, we have to talk about the system of apartheid and the impact that that had on American hip hop artists. You know, hip hop, you know, for the most part, is coming into the country towards the end of apartheid. So we have some examples of American hip hop artists like Queen Latifah and Run DMC talking specifically about apartheid and the resistance to apartheid. So I guess the question that I have is, you know, what role did that play in the sort of you know, resistance to this institution and its significance? And then I guess we can also talk about, and as we sort of lead into more sort of contemporary conversations about hip hop, the importance of American artists still sort of being engaged in this question of politics in South Africa. I mean, clearly South Africans are still, well, they're engaged in this question, but is it relevant for Americans to sort of be engaged in this way? I mean, if we're talking about Pan-Africanism, we're thinking about the diaspora and sort of thinking in those kinds of ways. Is it still important for artists outside of the country to still be engaged in these issues? So I know that was a lot. I sort of threw a lot on you, but let's begin with that first part, which is, can we talk about these early years in which American hip hop artists were engaged in this question about the apartheid? How did South African consumers receive these kinds of inputs from outsiders? Did you see some sort of kinship? I mean, clearly we have Jim Crow South. Yeah.
I think I can speak about like the 80s, where there was a track done with Run DMC. I think it was called Ain't Gonna Play Sun City. And
that's right.
That was, you know, a lot of us who were involved in the struggle. I mean, I grew up during apartheid. I mean, it's actually like 82 is way prior to the 94. and so I got to experience those, like the information that led us to Nation of Islam and to Black consciousness, you know, which is kind of ironic. Like, we're in Africa, but like to learn Blackness, we look to our brothers in the US and sisters in the US to access that information, because that information is essentially hidden in South Africa. Like they were the activists, but the activists were very like the information that they actually had was very limited, and there wasn't it was all word of mouth, how people were sharing this Black consciousness information. And just myself being a teacher, coming from a teaching background, I just found it impossible initially to actually look to Rastafarianism because of Bob Marley's song War, which is a speech by Haile Selassie to the United Nations. So I was like, yo, where is the rest of this information? Like, and then hip hop exposed me to the rest of that information through Nation of Islam, through the Black consciousness movement, Public Enemy, the native tongue organizations, Zulu Nations, Infinity Lessons. And that's how, and then we'd photocopy it, you know, people would send photocopies of books, and you'd like lend it to someone, and you'd go somewhere and there's like 1,000 copies. You could barely read the text any longer, you know. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's The ISIS Papers were one of those books that were actually copied, you know. So the early content of what was shared with like Prophets of the City members, or I don't even know, DJ Rosano from South Africa. He's a master at copying things and making it available to people. But that's really how information spread from you know, in Cape Town, but also to the rest of the country through Prophets of the City touring the entire country, and Black Noise as well. You know, and the dances, I think one of my early memories is actually dancing at one of these like while we were waiting, because the political leaders were always snuck in, so they were always late, right? You never knew when they're gonna rock up. So you at the school. I actually wrote a song about it called "Butterflies Fly By," about one of those days, and so we there b-boying, like waiting for this political leader to come and do his speech, and the crowd's forming around the circle, and people are like clapping, and and then the irony is when the speaker comes, he's like, "Yo, why are you doing this imperialistic form of expression?" And I'm like, "What, bruh? You late? We keeping the people entertained while you late." But that was the sort of like struggle between us being passionate about hip hop culture and like our elders looking at as being something from the West that is like messing up our minds. Which, if you look at the content of hip hop today, you see capitalism at work. You see that energy at work, making it look less of attractive, and also making it less powerful to a great extent from the hip hop that we were introduced to in the 80s.
I mean, bringing up some really fantastic. Crystal, did you want to jump in?
I'm just like absorbing all of this, and just it's so good to learn from you, Emil. This like living oral history, right? But hip hop has always functioned in this way, right? Because it's accessible to information. Like that really hits home to me, because if it doesn't improve upon use, like if the tool didn't function that's what makes it social justice. And I'm not articulating this really clearly, but I just, that really resonates. Like that's the power of the culture. That's part of the reason why it's so commodified and capital, it's a capitalist machine now, right? Like mainstream, and like what you were saying about popular culture, it's so powerful. So I think that's part of the reason what makes it so attractive. But it's so fascinating to hear like the critique that the youth in South Africa were getting for like using the tool of hip hop, right? Or liking it, enjoying it, having fun with it, compared to what that was from the study of like history of hip hop in the US, where it was initially like opposite almost, but the way that it functions globally as making information and embodied politics like really accessible for young people that otherwise didn't have it, that just really, that point really stood out to me. Thank you.
And Chris, to your point, I feel, sorry, Kimberly, jump in.
I just really wanted to echo Crystal's point, because that's critical. That first and foremost, Emil, that exchange, right, of knowledge, of material culture, going back and forth. And I'm always reminded in hip hop of that quote by Nina Simone, right? It's the artist's job to reflect the times. And we really get a sense of that even going back into the 80s and the 90s of hip hop, no matter where African people are in the diaspora. And I'm always thinking about hip hop artists, carrying on that Black radical tradition, right? Through apartheid struggle, through the civil rights movement, and even now when we think about Black Lives Matter as this global movement, no matter where we are in this African world, right? Invoking a tradition of resistance, right? Through hip hop, not only just through language, but through, what we say and how we move. And so thank you for sharing that, because I think one of the things that I'm always trying to emphasize to my student is that, we can use hip hop in a historical lens, right? To remember some of these moments like apartheid and other global issues affecting African people. But also, hip hop finding its roots, we say the Bronx, but I'm also saying like these exchanges never stopped. It's a revolving circle, and it really shows us that through the African diaspora, we never lost our culture. We never lost this way to tell our stories and to preserve the richness that we have. And so, we're going to continue to resist and fight back through whatever means. And hip hop just happens to be.
And I think that's also, it's also about the language we use in academia. Like to say something like hip hop comes from nothing, it implies that our ancestry is nothing. And that is one of the biggest mistakes we can make, is to repeat their rhetoric. If I think about the power that hip hop has had globally, it shows a direct lineage to who we've always been, And when I say we, I say humanity has sprung from Africa, and all of the elements can be traced back to like African forms of tradition, and expression. And Jen mentioned earlier about like the need for like like mental health, like hip hop has a powerful way of dealing with that as well, in telling stories, and in the story being continued, the lineage of the story being continued all over the world, and so and I'm saying this because when I wrote the song Butterflies Fly By about an experience at one of these rallies, I ended up being healed by that process of writing that story, because previously I didn't want to tell the story. I just was too painful being a 17-year-old kid and being shot at by the security police during apartheid, right? And so when I finally got the opportunity to write that, it released not only myself, but once I found, or let me say this, the video footage of that day found me, and I added it over the top of the song. And thousands of people from around the world who were present that day actually, or had similar experiences, got the opportunity to comment and to say, this is what I went through, and nobody knows about it. I know the smell of tear gas. I never ever told my children, and watching this video gave me a chance to reflect and to actually heal. So it has a powerful way to actually solve our problems.
It's really incredible. I'm listening to you all. I'm thinking to myself about how, I mean, in some ways we take for granted the level of connectedness we have in the world today. I mean, to hear Emil, you talking about some of the things that hip hop artists in the 80s and 90s and what they were talking about and how it resonated with you. I mean, these artists were in some ways doing these things intuitively. I mean, even for a person like me who grew up in the South and looking at hip hop, I mean, it was a New York thing, for so much. And these folks are just talking about what's happening in their communities, and they're talking to their communities. And then what's ultimately happening is that this message is becoming a universal message, is connecting with folks all over the world, which brings me to this next question, which is the state of contemporary hip hop artists, especially hip hop artists in the United States. So, in the last panel discussion, we talked about how for a lot of American hip hop heads, a lot of us, we sort of live in a bubble. We sort of think hip hop, lives and dies on American soil. But the more exposure we have, the more we realize that just isn't true. But I'm curious about, what importance is it for American hip hop artists to be engaged in issues outside of the U.S. when in 2020, after the tragic sort of lynching of George Floyd, we saw people all over the world pick up the slogan Black Lives Matter, picking up the cause that was that for Americans may seem specific to what's going on in the US, but the reason it resonated around the world is because everyone saw that this was happening all over the world, right? That notion of Black Lives Matter was a global message. But we don't necessarily see hip hop artists engaging in this global concept in the way that we did in the 80s, especially with Black hip hop, American hip hop artists picking up the fight against apartheid. Do you think that that's something that's missing among contemporary hip hop artists today? How would we want them to engage? But here's the other part about this too. The other part about that is really how important, South African hip hop artists are speaking for themselves. How important is it for outsiders to continue to sort of engage in these kinds of ways? So I guess it's a twofold thing. How much engagement is necessary? I hope that, I know it's kind of going on a rant.
Maybe let me jump in there, Emil. Sorry for the changing of devices. I changed the device to a worse camera. As you can see, I'm in a remote place in the middle of Mpumalanga, in a hotel room, and it's getting dark, etc. But anyway, just to answer your question, I feel like, so for example, Emil talked about in the 80s and how it was politicized, and we spoke of apartheid. In the 90s, that's almost your post-apartheid era. There's optimism in the country. People are looking forward. The Rainbow Nation is like a very topical thing. I mean, for whatever you think of it, it was the thing at the time. It was what people were talking about. All this optimism, all this excitement. So, people jumped onto Kwaito. Kwaito was celebratory. Right. Kwaito was promising. Kwaito had optimism in it. Kwaito had the momentum of the mood of the people. So if anything, hip hop was like the understudy of Kwaito type thing, and learning how to capture the masses by looking at the Kwaito model, as opposed to
learning to speak about the masses using the hip hop inheritance, you know? So with that being said, if you take that template and put it to modern times, you can imagine that in terms of putting your temperature on what is at the heart of the majority of people in South Africa, I don't think the Black Lives Matter movement captures it as much, because police brutality, for example, is not as critical here. The mood and the temperature right now is less about the Black Lives Matter kind of slant. I mean, social activism is more than necessary right now. We have divisions of our own here. We're dealing with incredible xenophobia out here. There are divisions of, a social kind in terms of social status, in terms of like stratification politically, geographically. The divisions are endless, right? But the Black Lives Matter movement per se, as it is being pushed from the US, doesn't quite capture the imagination in the same way the politics of the civil rights movement, having grown into itself in the 80s, impacted us here with apartheid. Those two were easily married. Whereas today, our issues and the issues from the West, hip hop doesn't quite speak to those, especially for this generation that is at the forefront of the hip hop movement. So they cannot relate to an activism that is tied to the Black Lives Matter movement, if that makes any kind of sense.
Yes.
Can I say something about, because I've been in the US for a while now. I'm in Atlanta at the moment, but I was in the Bay Area when Black Lives Matter hit. I was actually stuck because I had to be around to take care of my kids, and so I stayed during that period of time. But I also saw that the underground and the hip hop community globally were much more proactive in creating stories and sharing information than obviously the mainstream, And again, like the perception that people have at the moment when it comes to hip hop in South Africa is based on the capitalist version of what hip hop is, which is exactly the same in the United States of America. So the unseen hand puppeteers pulling the strings, and it's the same people that actually put Kwaito into the forefront because they realized that people like Prophets of the City or Black Noise. I remember with Black Noise, there's a song where we sampled Minister Farrakhan, Who Taught You to Hate Yourself? I think it was either him or Malcolm. And they asked us what song we want to play. This is post the part, right? Where we asked that song we played. And like 5 seconds into the song, not even after the sample, the radio manager came running down and pulled the song from the air. And we're like, wait a minute, like, why is this, what's happening? And then at the same time, Prophets of the City, who played at the inauguration of Mandela in Pretoria, were told not to perform certain songs. And they were immediately like taken aback. And so in Cape Town, the conversation was the pending commercialization and the pending like celebration of this rainbow nation and buying into the franchise, to quote Dr. Neville Alexander, buying into the franchise of global capitalism. And that's essentially what the ANC to a great extent did economically, And so the results you see is, and globally, is the power of money to make people believe that this is what hip hop is, And so the people, unfortunately, as Zubs is saying, follow that thread. But when you look in the underground, you'll see a different thinking, a different mentality, which is much more, nuanced than the one that's generally shown. Yeah.
Emil, that's a fantastic point. I mean, it's a question that we're grappling with in the U.S., which is, how has commercialization really even co-opt this message of resistance, of resistance, racial resistance, politics in Black music? I mean, there's a history of it, right? You can go back to the 60s and look at, soul musicians who are engaged in these questions then, and how commercialization sort of takes it over. So, I mean, any other comments about that, about how commercialization really troubles the waters of MCs who are trying to engage in some kind of politics, or how commercialization elevates certain kinds of political voices, to Mill's point, as opposed to some of these folks who are existing and maybe saying even more radical things, on the underground? I think of a group in the US like Dead Prez, right? Like they had some kind of, some commercial exposure, but the more radical that they got, the less we started hearing them on the radio, less that we start seeing them in spaces where hip hop is being celebrated. Is that, maybe speaking more about that happening in South Africa, and for our folks who are familiar with American hip hop, how does that sort of resonate for us over here?
Just for a little bit of context, in the modern times, the commercialization of hip hop isn't what it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, which I would say was slightly more glory days for the commercialization of hip hop, because there was a time when you'd be guaranteed that the top 5, top 10 singles on the charts would probably have 80 to 90% of them were hip hop music. And so you had the machine and the engine of the record industry and the record companies backing up hip hop and hip hop artists in order to cash in on this sort of, green period where everybody is just kind of ripe and ready for the plucking, right? And that's where you found there was so much pushing of the fluff in hip hop, so to speak. These days, it's not so easy for any artist to be commercially successful and viable in the country. You're not guaranteed commercial success if you make hip hop music. In fact, you're probably making it harder for yourself to gain commercial success when you make hip hop music in South Africa right now. Especially with the advent of things like Amapiano, which is very heavily hip hop influenced, by the way. So even then, you can say that is a child of 80s hip hop when you really think about it. But so is Kwaito. But anyway, I digress. The reality is, because it's not so commercially viable now to push the fluff with hip hop, you find that more and more artists, like A. Reese, for example, is a perfect example. They are getting much more popular, much more commercially viable on their own, and they speak about issues of depression. They speak of issues of not having money, not being able to have a girlfriend because they can't afford her. She wants to live a certain life on Instagram, losing their parents and having to bury their parents at 22 years old. This is hip hop a la the 80s and 90s. This is issue-ridden hip hop. And you're finding that more and more of those type of artists aren't backed by the machine, but are starting to seem to be much more commercially viable than their predecessors in terms of being, commercially viable as like pushing the animal, the beast of commercial industry. So what's encouraging about modern day hip hop artists is that they're making it super conscious, super political, without necessarily wanting to cash in on the fact that they are riding a hip hop wave.
I just saw the question.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I see some questions coming in. I know that we're down to our last 10 minutes. So I want to make sure that we can get some of these questions.
Yeah, can I handle the one about the Olympic?
Absolutely, please.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the inevitability of when something is being created on the underground and it becomes economically viable. And so b-boying, we've been doing this for a long time, like Battle of the Year, R16 freestyle session here in the US. Many events have been created, and we've essentially had our own Olympics to a great extent. And so now they see, whoa, there's money to be made. So there's attention global. So they're stepping in and they're including it in the Olympics. And my only problem with it is that the people who are doing it are both the Olympic Committee, the IOC, as well as the World Dance Sport Federation, are Swiss, and they have no interest in the culture whatsoever, right? And I broke down economically that the Swiss the organization, the IOC and the World Dance Federation, the people that are in charge earn six-figure income. And if you look at what the athletes and the b-boys earn, it's criminal, And so until that economic gap changes, I mean, it's going to happen irrespective, because this is just the nature of capitalism, right? But we have, and actually why I wrote the book, Reconnect the String, was to ensure that people understand Africa's contribution to this dance. Kool Herc says it looked like they broke, like they went like they weren't there. And that is exactly what trance is, right? When the cyclic loop, the droning cyclic loop gets people into that state, which is exactly what that's a repeat, it's a loop, right? And so the shouting of the hey, 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 it's also a loop that drive people into the state. And so I purposely put this out there for the sake of people realizing that when you're dancing in Russia or the Ukraine or wherever in China, that this is from Africa. And the black life you're speaking about is an African life, and it is wealth beyond your wildest imagination. So if you're going to practice this form of expression, you better give respect to where it comes from. And that for me is how you really change this thinking that Africa did nothing for civilizations, for hip hop culture to write that into the contents for people to understand the greatness that this culture comes from. It didn't start from nothing, in other words. So for me, the Olympics needs to include that. It has to include that, and the economic reparations that comes with stealing from people's culture.
It's a fantastic point. I mean, sometimes it seems like we're all too eager to be someone else's symbols of progress, right? And then also to your point, I mean, you know, hip hop as an African idea. I mean, the fact that it sort of travels the same sort of passage of the Middle Passage, right? You know, this notion of the griots, the oral tradition. We find ourselves in the Caribbean, you know, being sort of, you know, forming our own voices, and that is the version of hip hop that emerges in the Bronx at Sedgwick Ave. That is the Jamaican dub DJ core of it. And now what we're finding is that we're going back to the continent. We're finding our voices back in the continent. At least for me, as a person who studies hip hop music, I'm seeing that full circle. So certainly an issue like the special issue of South Africa celebrates that full circle moment, and then hopefully it encourages more opportunity to do what you're saying, Emil, which is such a hip hop thing, which is to demand the respect that the genre and that the birthplace of the genre deserves. We only have 4 minutes left, and I feel like I'm about to spring something on you all, and I don't mean to. But you can't have a conversation about hip hop without asking that famous hip hop question about who are your top 5 MCs. Now I won't. You know, 5 is hard. So well, if I shrunk it, it would be even harder. If I said like your top 3, that would make it even more difficult. And this is the completely springing on folks. So if you want to take a pass on this, that's perfectly fine. I'm actually really curious about some of the top MCs, Emil, Zubs, in South Africa that you think our listeners, our viewers, should be engaged with, and dancers.
Well, I mean, can I just say that we got 2 of them on the video right now? Hello.
So, Crystal, you got yours checked.
Thanks, Crystal, but you're too kind. I mean, maybe in 2006, but definitely not in 2022. I always get into trouble when I mention names of South African artists and I leave out some. So I'm just going to name my favorite US ones as opposed to South African ones, the ones that influenced me is Pac, Biggie, Black Thought, Nas, and Jay. You know, if I will name a couple of South African MCs honorarily, I will name T. Tumi Molokane. I think T for me is one of the most incredible artists to come out of the country, just in terms of messaging, his whole approach to hip hop. He's one of the OGs like us, so it's easy to mention him. Nobody will catch any feelings. And then I'll also mention Braga, Nadia Nakai. And I only mention Nadia Nakai because she's brave, you know. She's brave, and I feel she's at a crossroads. I feel like one day she might hear this message and decide to do something with that crossroad.
Yeah, I'll say as well. Like Tumi and the Volume, definitely. South Africa, and then Kanya Mavi. She's the goddess.
Yes.
Kanya Mavi.
Yeah, I'll echo Emil. I love Kanye Mavi. You know, I don't understand the language all the way, but it vibes. It vibes. And I'm like, again, I got put on to her from Dr. Msia Clark. I'm gonna add Rhapsody, you know, a US artist who I think is just amazing, especially for women's empowerment. Joey Badass, who is one of those like underground artists, but people are really becoming hip to in many ways. Nas, of course, you know, I'm gonna take Zubs and say Nas. And then Emil, you know, Black Noise and Prophets of the City. And, you know, I gotta add you all in there, you know, as I'm learning and growing in South African hip hop. So Moonchild and of course Gigi LeMay. I mean,
absolutely.
Those sisters are doing some amazing things in contemporary South African hip hop.
Well, I appreciate you all. I appreciate this panel. Kimberly, Emil, Crystal, Zubs, just an outstanding exchange. Emil, I really also appreciate that what can become a mantra, right? That the black life you speak of is an African like that. That's ringing in the chat. So I really appreciate you giving us that bar to live with for the rest of our lives. So thank you all for joining me and joining Words, Beats, and Life. Thank you all for making the issue what it is. I mean, I'm holding myself back from crying, but making the issue what it is. So I appreciate you all. And we'll see you in a few with more of the South African issue of Words, Beats, and Life Symposium.
Hi, welcome back. So I am really excited to introduce our next guest, Andy Mkosi. So I'm been a fan of Andy Mkosi's work for a long time and was happy that we were able to invite her and bring her on for this panel discussion. And so, by way of introduction, Andy Mkosi is a documentary filmmaker and photographer. She is originally from Cape Town, but currently lives and works in Johannesburg. She is what a lot of people are calling kind of these multi hyphenate creatives, being both an events curator, poet, music producer, lyricist, activist, and rapper. And she's been on a journey of artistic self discovery since starting out in radio, traveling to the US, touring South Africa, and releasing EPs like This Audio is Visual, which is available online. And you can find Andy Mkosi's work at Andy Mkosi, all one word, on social media. The EP has tracks that are very lyrical, narrative, introspective, a really, really great EP. Andy Mkosi presents her observations with startling sincerity and brings to the table an intense, calm work ethic and deep understanding of human nature. She's also the cover photographer for the award-winning poetry anthology titled Collective Amnesia by Koleka Putuma. Her work has appeared both in photojournalism and NGO spaces. Andy Mkosi has worked closely with African Center for Cities. In turn, her work has appeared on many of their academic publications at the University of Cape Town. At the moment, Andy Mkosi heads a podcast production called This Audio is Visual, engaging fellow photographers. The podcast is in its second season and has featured the likes of Andile Buka, Jabulani Lamini, Sepiso Moropa, and Lebogang Tulako. So welcome, Andy Mkosi. I'm hoping I did kind of, as a Tanzanian, I kind of did the Swahili pronunciations, hoping I did justice to the names.
The last one is Lebogang, but you came through.
Okay, good. So your music and photography are very intentional, and it's clear that you seriously consider representation in your projects. So I want to know if you could share some of your documentary and archival work.
Mm-hmm. So I think for me, I'm not like the loudest person in the room. So the main tools that I utilize to speak on topics and things that like just fire me up on my mediums, photography, music, and of recently documentary filmmaking. So at the moment, I'm working particularly with a friend of mine, Utidiso Monaheng, on a project around the working title Queer Raps. So our intention is to speak to queer rappers or people who identify within the spectrum who make music in South Africa. And we've spoken thus far to artists like Jaira, Apollo the Great, Muzulu Meka. And, you know, like, I think those conversations bring one to various insights. Like I think it's important to know that experiences are not blanket experiences. So I think that's why even with this panel, I feel like I should bring in like another voice, because I totally can't speak for the entire spectrum in South Africa. So my work is important because I feel like when I started out within hip hop, there weren't many like reference points within the community, at least that I knew of. So it was my intention from the get-go that whatever I do, let it be enough for the coming generation to identify themselves. So with this documentary, Queer Raps, that's the intention. Hopefully one day someone who comes after us is able to identify themselves. And I think that's important because when you find reference of you and the things that you do, it's so affirming. Of late, I've been also like doing a lot of research, and I'm coming across like these ideas that were done before that I'm thinking of now. You know, things are coming full circle, and it's just affirming that I'm not crazy, and there are people thinking along the lines and who have been thinking along the lines. So just a snippet from the documentary. The artist is called Jaira. I'm going to share my screen for you quick, Msia. Okay. You let me know if you can see something. Window. Okay, can you see something?
Not
It's saying I'm unable to share. I think the host needs to give me permission to share. Yeah, but we can show it a bit later because I think I'm going to need permission from the host to share my screen. But ideally, it just speaks to that, like, like archiving for the sake of future generations and for people to identify themselves within us who have walked the path.
So it's a documentary that's coming out, or it's in production?
We still there's a lot of work. It's like we're collecting money, our hats are out, but ideally, like it's the reason why we're taking our time with it, because there's so many voices to include. So I think when we feel like we have gathered enough voices to cover most of the spectrum, or like just entirely people from different corners of South Africa making hip hop, who identify within the queer spectrum. So definitely when it's ready, I'll share with you guys. Can you see my screen now?
Time.
Okay, sure. Let's try it out. It's still saying it's unable to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So do you all have
just? Let me try it out now. And now, still, yeah, it's refusing. Yeah, it's refusing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just quit this thing here and see if it can go now. Okay, yeah, it's refusing.
Okay, so
I'll send it to
Mazi. Yeah.
I'll send it to Mazi so long, and then he can play it on. He says he will help us out with it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we can carry on chatting so long while we figure that out.
No, is there like a place people like a GoFundMe or something like that where people wanted to contribute, or are you guys doing that, or are you just kind of funding?
At the moment, it's through proposals that we've been writing. I mean, that's another idea that you're giving me now, to sort of put it out through a crowdfunding element to gather these funds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was, there hasn't been, I don't think a documentary on hip hop in Africa. It's been a while since I've seen like a, full length one, a feature length one in a while. But there hasn't been one on this topic. So I think it would be really, a lot of people who would be interested definitely in contributing to it, but I'm definitely interested in watching it. I think that would be cool.
Sure.
All right. So just in terms of kind of going on, and then Mazi, I guess, will let us know when we're good to go for that.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of, you've been vocal about race and class in South Africa. So I wanted to find out, kind of how have the dynamics of race and class in South Africa really impacted you as a creative, and kind of how what you're producing as a photographer, but also as a, as of course, as a hip hop artist.
I think I have to say I've been really lucky from the township in South Africa, and in Cape Town, like the racial segregation is there. It's in your face. You can't hide from it. So already you have that. You have these talents, and then you have like these. So I think around about the time that I was, going to ciphers and attending like hip hop events and performing, there was already like inclusivity in those spaces, and also like, going to schools that were inclusive. I went to school, so I think access to people in neighboring areas and like different races allowed for me and my art to to get that access and to be able to get people other races instead of just black Xhosa people who just follow my work. And so for me, like I said before, it's always like been a thing of when I'm in spaces, and even now it's to affirm that any queer person in the township can make it to this point. It's possible, because it's hard when you stay in the township. It's really hard. You have to, when your parents, sometimes, most of the times, black parents don't understand this thing that we do. Doing hip hop, what is hip hop? You understand it, but they can't see the full picture. Mm-hmm. So already there's those elements. I think for me, I'd be, maybe there have been like maybe small barriers there and there in terms of, but majority, I think people like Emil, they used to host a lot of events at the time, and they would identify me and see me as someone who can, contribute equally on those stages.
So when you said township, was it Guguletu? Which township was it that you grew up in?
Yeah, so I grew up between Guguletu and Langa. So I think Langa really started it when I was staying in Langa. There was a show called Rhyme and Reason on Metro FM. Every Saturday at 6 p.m., TiVo Touch would be on, and have my notepad behind the door, listening to my mom's radio and just writing these lyrics down, and then when the show, and recorded on cassette tape, so that during the week I'm reciting, so that when the show plays again on Saturday, I can rhyme along. And so I guess that's around about the time that I understood I could also have my own say within the sphere of hip hop. I started writing, and within my circle, there were people as well who were making music. Surrounded by a lot of dudes, because, like I said earlier on, there weren't a lot of references for me, and within that community also, like I presented as queer, but I knew that like my queerness needed to be presented in a certain way that wouldn't trigger people in the, like, you're here, but be quiet, don't be loud, but I made it work. But just being in that space and knowing that I could out rhyme a lot of those people, it was good for me and my intention in that space. So definitely I'd say Langa, like, totally molded and Mkosi and affirmed these aspirations I had as an artist and just someone who was interested in the culture at the time.
Okay. So one of the things, I wanted to ask, and it's been interesting kind of having, the previous session talked about the golden era of hip hop, and, queer artists in hip hop, it was not a golden era for those artists. The 90s was not golden at all. But you've seen an increased visibility of queer artists globally and, unapologetically kind of seeing like Little Nas X is just kind of, kick the door open. And I know in terms of the continent of Africa, South Africa is probably the safest place in Africa to be queer. So I'm wondering, like, has the increased visibility of queer voices globally, what changes, if any, have you seen in the hip hop scene in South Africa in particular?
Yeah, there's a lot of young people, especially, who are just like commanding their own narrative. So beautiful to see. And I think through my work because there's a period of time where I wasn't really making a lot of music, but I was looking around at what's happening and documenting that. And, the access that the camera has allowed me has shown me that, young people are taking up space, and young people are especially with the internet now, people are putting out their own stuff. You don't need like to be by a big label. It's enough to have like a good connection, and put up your songs. So you have artists like, and I think when the artists that I'm going to mention are not necessarily queer, but to be a woman in South Africa within the hip hop industry and to make it into mainstream levels is commendable, because a lot of the times things are changing now, but a lot of the times before there wasn't space for these voices. So people like D. Koala, MX Blouse, Faga, Jaira, Dope St. Jude, Hannah, Angel Ho as well, K Kid. There's a lot of people just like pushing the margin and like demanding and making sure that the silencing is not heard of anymore. People are just like pushing their own narrative, and that's beautiful for me to see. And as a documenter, it excites me because it's an opportunity to archive, because again, it's important for future generations to see themselves like in people that have walked the path. Because a lot of times as an artist, you feel like you're going crazy, man. And I think there's, especially during this time where like everything is digital, everyone is documenting, everyone is archiving. Mama from the township is archiving. It's important so that we can start seeing ourselves, not necessarily just within the hip hop community, but beyond that. Like there's a lot. Just needs us to be interested and curious and find these things in people.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things you mentioned in terms of the presence of women, I think that you know, I'm kind of really interested in what you think. Over the last 10 years, I've noticed a large number of women entering the scene, the hip hop scene, specifically in South Africa. Compared to a lot of other countries, there's a lot of diversity. And, well, one, we know Gadessa kind of coming to the scene was long after Black Noise and Prophets of the City came onto the scene. And so there's this gap between Black Noise and Gadessa kind of coming into the scene. And then there were kind of like artists like Miss Ntabi and coming and kind of going. And then I just feel like there's been this, just a bigger presence now. And I wanted to know if that was the case, if that was something that you had also kind of seen, and if so, what you thought was the reason for this, and kind of what was going on in South Africa.
You mean like people starting to take up space?
Yeah.
You
because,
mean what?
Yeah. Because I'm hearing like, I just remember like in like, early 2000s, there didn't, and maybe because of social media, I'm hearing more. And maybe if I had been in South Africa, maybe I would have heard the people more, but just seeing more and hearing more online women in hip hop.
I think internet has like leveled the playing field, and it's leveled the playing field to a point where I could get off this chat right now and release something. But so someone mentioned Moonchild earlier on. For me, Moonchild is a great example of what one can be and become if they are true to themselves and they live up to what they deem are standards for themselves. Like as a woman, Moonchild is like trailblazing, like, I mean, the world for me. I mean, she's collaborating with people in Europe, and I think that's because of the internet. If it wasn't for the internet, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So I think the internet has just leveled the playing field. There's no more middleman. It's up to you. You gauge how far you go now.
Okay. So the
deal.
The sound, I think.
The sound is off. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the problem might be with that.
So Emil asked, he said, I loved your bedroom shows concept. Are you still doing it or planning to do more?
So the bedroom tours, yeah, I love those, Emily. Thank you for noticing those. So I'm busy preparing for one because I'm working on music at the moment. I haven't put out anything like a project in, I think, probably 2 years now. I think I've grown enough to share something now, and I've experienced life enough up until this point. A lot to share. So definitely when I release music, that's my departure point. It's coming through with a bedroom tour and like just trying to contribute to the online live music scene that's happening at the moment.
So Mazi is working on that. I'll ask kind of the second part to that question about women on the scene is the other thing. And I'm looking at, again, a lot of my work has been looking at the continent of Africa as a whole. And another thing I think that stands out in South Africa specifically is that you do have, amongst that diversity, a lot of artists like yourself. I would say Mercury Metronome, aka Eavesdrop, you can Black Rock, who produce music that is a lot more introspective, sometimes metaphysical, like this, just kind of. And so I'm wondering, is it something about being in South Africa that kind of lends itself to kind of being, I don't know, to kind of going in these different directions and not, or maybe even having, I don't know, the freedom to go in these different directions or thinking in these ways, but you don't really kind of hear those diverse sounds from MCs from other parts, even, I mean, globally, but I noticed that in South Africa. I think that's really great.
Yeah. Look, man, like our foundation is solid here. Emil, Ill Skills, the people that we used to listen to, Jimmy Flex, they laid for me personally a solid ground when it comes to lyricism. That's always my departure point. And I think also that's why I felt a need to take a step back when I didn't have much to say. Because music is goes hand in hand with life. Can't say anything if I haven't experienced life myself. I have to come back and offer something of myself to you. That's my music. And I think in South Africa particularly, there's a lot going on, like in the social climate. It's hard to turn a blind eye. You know, I'm realizing more and more that, you know, like you can't just be silent. Yeah? You have to pick a side nowadays and be able to share whatever it is that is a topic that's of trend from your perspective, you know, like, because there's really a lot that we're going through as a country, and I don't see it as a surprise that musicians would lend their voice to speaking on these various topics and these different corners. So definitely it has to do with the social climate of the country.
Okay. All right, wonderful. Yeah, and in terms of speaking on issues, I noticed that, you know, one that obviously a lot of women address in their music is gender-based violence in kind of in many ways. And one of the things I love is that, you know, Kanye Mavi always says, you know, doesn't accept the label feminism or feminist, and her music talks about, you know, the solution is not these little groups that you get in and talk about how you've been hit, but teaching women how to use a gun. And there's a war against women, and you can't win the war if you're not armed. And I think that in hip hop, the fact that young people, their first introduction to even feminist ideas is often through the music they listen to. It's not through an article or through a book or through a class lecture. It's through the music. And so I think the influence artists have on the youth is extremely important. And so I wanted to kind of see how you saw, you know, clearly your role as an MC, but also in terms of as a photographer, like what do you think is important to address in both your music as well as your photography? What are some of the things that you felt important to kind of address?
So in 2019, there was a big gender-based violence crime that happened against a girl called Uyinene. So around that time, I was really moved to say something, you know, and I'm the type of person who's oftentimes skeptical to speak on like topics like those because there's a lot of scrutiny that comes with it. But again, you can't turn a blind eye, and it was close to me because it happened in Cape Town, could have been me, you know, and for me, gender-based violence, I think listening back even to my own catalog has been a consistent theme. So that's one. I speak to my own matriarchy within the Xhosa culture. So I speak a lot about my own family and my relationship with my mother, and that dynamic between her sisters. So my narratives really, with be it photography, music, always like stem, or the departure point will always be from my experience. So a lot of the dynamics lately that I've been handling within photography and video. Over December, my brother went to the mountain, and I realized that I had created like such a big archive of the family, like from the boys that go to the mountain to my aunt, like having a ceremony at church, or even just like cultural ceremonies with the household, that I realized that I had already created like such a huge archive of the family. And, you know, like, so that's one of the themes that are dear to me. Like, you know, I have this thing that always rings in my mind lately, like, Umkhosi Omkhulu Uyeza. So Umkhosi means an army. So I'm within my art now. So Umkhosi is my surname, so Umkhosi means army. So Umkhosi Omkhulu Uyeza means the big army is coming, speaking to the resilience of my family, the history of my family, those roots. You know, I think that's something you'll see more of as I make music and make images and make documentaries, you know, like, so definitely all of the themes that I deal with stem from what I've been through and who I am.
Okay. All right, Mazi, are you ready to give it another go?
So how important do you think it is to create spaces where quote unquote alternative rap can exist, or like queer rappers, is it important that we create spaces where a stage and that particular day and that particular space is dedicated to queer rap or queer genres or queer identifying performers?
Yeah, I think that's very important. I think we should make a concerted effort to make like elite spaces, like specific spaces for queer people, because for the longest of times, like until this day, every other space is very elitist in its heterosexual agenda. Whether they do it on purpose or not, it's what they do, you know? So yes, I think it's important for us to have those kinds of spaces. But I think the only way we're gonna get that is if we fight for those spaces. No, sorry, not fight. What I mean is if we create our own spaces, that's the fight. You know, I believe that existence is resistance. You don't have to do too hard. Don't overexert yourself. You know, that's what I always used to feel the need to do. There's no reason to that. The mere fact that I'm here is protest. The mere fact that if I get on that stage after you heard some skr or heard some lovely hand, you know, and then you're gonna get here, you're gonna get a handsker. You know, I mean, that's protest, bruh. I've done the work. I've done the work because I've disrupted that space and it's done, you know? So I think there's a duality to it, you know?
Yeah, so that's like one of the interviews that we've done thus far. So that's just like a snippet of like the bigger thing. So it's like really exciting to hear all of these stories. It expands me because I believe like even if you're queer identifying, there's always something new to learn. There's a lot of things that I don't know as a queer person that happen within the queer spectrum. So exciting times, man, really.
No, I think it's, you know, when you are hearing and seeing so much more increased representation, I think in Africa, especially when we see what's going on in Ghana and places like Ghana, and it's just so heartbreaking what's going on with the community there and people being beaten up and arrested in Nigeria as well and in Uganda. I think, you know, the idea of seeing yourself represented and seeing the struggles happening and people kind of actually, you know, at different stages of the struggle, for someone in Ghana to see, you know, Africans and other parts of the continent actually kind of representing in such a way, I think it's such an important, I mean, representation is important all over the world, but specifically as a young African, to see that, I think it's extremely important.
Definitely, Dr. Clark. And I think the more we move as well within these spaces and be intentional with the stuff that we do, and understand what impact one can have if they speak up. Like I said, like you can't be silent nowadays. There's a lot happening, and you sort of have to. It's not a must, but some way or another, contribution is important.
So, in terms of speaking about representation, in terms of, you know, whether it be music, film, TV, photography, you know, in your life, when and where do you feel that you saw yourself represented in a way that was transformational? So, you know, I guess that's a fancy way of asking what were your biggest influences, but like, where did you see yourself represented?
For me, it was, I think, when I found out about Godessa, because that came later in my years. So for me, even if they weren't queer presenting, but just knowing that people like Kanye Mavi, especially Kanye Mavi, who flips it in my language, come on, man, like, just makes me go crazy. Because one of the panelists in the other session mentioned that she doesn't understand the language, but the rhythm and the essence of what she says moves you. So I think for me, when I saw what Kanye Mavi could do with the language, was revolutionary in my discipline and what I could do with it.
And so, speaking of language, is it that discussion in South Africa specifically, where you have multiple languages, and I know that artists, you know, make the decision in what they want to rap in, and a lot of the times, because even in some of your songs, and I was listening, you'll bring in, and I won't, you know, I can't identify the specific language. I'm assuming it's Xhosa, but I'm not 100% sure. But you'll kind of flip it and bring in other languages. You know, the significance of that, I'm assuming to people who are more fluent in those languages and in whatever the respective language, South African language. And it's not really should an artist, but I guess the question is, does that impact how invested South Africans in the rural areas or the townships are in hip hop in terms of language? Does that kind of had an impact on how involved they are in hip hop culture?
Mm-hmm. So the thing with, I think the conversations that I've been involved in that have to do with language and like music or hip hop in South Africa, well, the point that always comes up is that people in my circle always feels like if you're going to choose a language that majority doesn't know already, that sets you at a disadvantage, which I feel is not the case, because things are changing, right? You see, you identify its finger, you identify a Kanye Mavi who are making like international impact, so not locally. So really, like the conversation of language and music in South Africa differs with a lot of people, but my stake in it is that like it's the essence of it all, regardless of how it's delivered. If you can, if someone in the UK can resonate to a Xhosa, I know, bar from Kanye, she's done the work. Whether that person takes it a step forward to understand what the phrases were, it's up to them. But yeah, now she's done the work. So it's and also like when you share or express in your own language, no buffer, they come, you are at 4G level of whatever dimension that you're operating at. Because even with me, sometimes when I write, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I know I could say this in English, but damn, it slaps in Xhosa. Let me go for it. So that's why you'll find like sprinkles of it, because it brings like a vibe also to the music. You know, like it's you don't know what it is, but it's awesome.
Yeah, I remember when Dope St. Jude and Angel released "Keep in Touch." I remember trying to, because there's the English, but it's like the slang, and I'm like, okay, trying to like write stuff. I'm like, I want to know what that means, and looking stuff up, and also forget it. I can't look anything up because I can't recognize. But I'm like, okay, I think I can make this out. But yeah, I mean, if you really want to know, you can do the work, like you said.
I think it's interesting that you mentioned Gale as well, because the Keep in Touch has a lot of like Gale substances, and that's another language that people are not privy to. Gale language, so it's like the language that queer people utilize in their communities. I'm not too sure of the history on it, so I'm not going to speak too much about it. So even with that, like, do people, when they think of language in South Africa, do they consider Gale as a language within the space? So that's another thing to think about.
All right, so Emil has a question. He's asking about a deadline or potential timeline for the release of the documentary.
Likely early next year. I hate putting time to things, but we're looking at sometime next year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So in terms of photography, who have been some of the photographers that have influenced your work?
Mm-hmm. Annie Leibovitz. So it's an American photographer. I think for me, what I enjoy about Annie's work is how she manages to take like a big star and make them and bring out the humanness within them in the way that they set up the images, in the way of using light. And in South Africa, Santu Mofokeng, the late Santu Mofokeng, there's a whole lot of people. It's not just one person. My influences change as I change as well. So there's a photographer called Koto Belofo, who's mainly based in Europe, someone that I feel is a great example of what one can do when they create, even beyond, like, because there's this thing, right, where you're expected to, if say maybe you're from the township or you're Black, you're expected to make like sad images or like or poverty porn. But what Koto does blows you. Like he's photographed Venus Williams, he comes up with stuff that you wouldn't normally expect, like maybe from a Black photographer, if I can put it like that. But definitely those people are people that I often reference, and also Nonzuzo Kayekwa. There's a painter called Kama Maswana, Tsepiso Murupa as well as one of my inspirations when it comes to visual art. So really it changes as I change and evolve as well.
Okay. So in terms of your own photography, like I know you do a lot of portrait photography. Is that your primary subject?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, portrait photography, but mainly documentary photography. So what I mean by this, I'll make an example. There's a documentary essay that I'm busy with, where I go to club spaces or events and I make images. So these are not like your usual event photography images. This is me making an effort to find moments, like quiet moments in the club, people laughing in the corner, like stuff that you see but you don't really observe, because at a club we loud, we're getting drunk, it's hype. I need to be on my Instagram. I want to show people that setting. So documentary, because I look for moments in everything that I approach.
Okay. All right. And so then in terms of your own work, so let me ask this, in terms of your photography and your music, did it evolve? Which came first before I ask the next question?
So my entry point to everything that I do now was hip hop. So hip hop, like through hip hop, I knew that I could speak on radio. Through hip hop, I knew that I could write articles. Through hip hop, I knew that I could write script. Through hip hop, I knew that I could write. So my departure point my entry point has always been through hip hop.
Okay.
So the music came first.
Okay. So then your photography, was it being involved in hip hop culture? Because you talked about the importance of archiving. Was it you're in those spaces and you kind of initially saw the importance of documenting the culture? Was it that awareness early on of documenting it, or was it just I like taking pictures and then that evolved into wanting to be serious about it?
Yeah, it's just I'm in the space. I love taking images. I'm in varsity. I need to learn. So let me take the camera with to the cipher. But when you sit down and you look at what you have done, you realize, oh, damn, I've been working on these things without realizing. So it's in reflecting, especially in 2020 when we all went into lockdown, that's when I realized, oh, damn, this is what I'm doing. This is what I have been doing. Because even like because I started making images in event spaces, hip hop event spaces, and that has evolved like to this project that I'm telling you about, Mid Groove, so it's always been there, but I've only been aware of it recently, maybe past 5 years of what I was really doing with the photography.
Okay. All right. And then, so the music, in terms of you producing, like releasing singles, writing and releasing singles, when did that occur? When did that start?
So I'd say that started 2010, 2011, around about that. Initially when I started out, I was with a crew. So there was a crew called Mellow Vision that I was part of. I was headhunted. They found me and they put me on. Excuse me?
Is it in Cape Town?
Yeah, it's in Cape Town.
Okay.
So that lasted for about, I think, maybe 3 years, and that's when I started releasing music through the crew. But I also, within that time, I realized, no, man, I think I have things that I want to say on my own. I want to create my own sort of narrative, and that needs to happen outside of Mellow Vision. And I think from 2012, I started releasing as Andy Mkosi.
Okay. So I'm thinking back to when I asked you the question about the kind of the increase of women on the scene. And so it seems like, just reflecting on your response, that it isn't so much that there is an increase of women on the scene. It's just that through social media that we're able to see them, us outside of South Africa are able to see them, but that they've been there. It just it needs to be in South Africa to really kind of see them.
True. Yeah, true. So it's thanks to the internet again, like that you guys can have access to the variety of artists that we have here in South Africa.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember when Gadesa came out with Social Ills, I could not get it. There was one online store that had the CD for like $30. And it was ridiculously priced. And so I was never able to get it until years later when, you were able to get things online, but you could not get that album at all. outside of well, in the States at least you couldn't get it. So okay, so then that also kind of goes to the question I had regarding the internet and social media in terms of how I'm actually trying to find where I wrote the question, but I can't find the exact wording. But in terms of the role that for your own career that social media and digital spaces kind of have played in your career, getting whether it be your music, your film work, what obviously your podcast, and photography, kind of how have you been able to use that and leverage it so that you can, really circumvent the mainstream, circumvent all of that other stuff. How have you been able to do that to get your stuff out?
So there was a thing called, I don't know if it's still around, Reverb Nation. So we used to post a lot of stuff through Reverb Nation at the time, and then it evolved to there was a thing here in South Africa called Kasi MP3, where you just upload your track and share the link with your people, and they download it. And there was the era of BBM with BlackBerry, so that would be like a distribution point. I forgot they had like these. I forgot, but you could send messages to everyone at the same time, like you can with WhatsApp. Forgot what they chain messages, so we distribute like that. Nowadays it's the usual streaming platforms. Also after Kasi MP3 and the like, I got onto SoundCloud, and I think that's when I started knowing that I had a reach outside of South Africa, knowing that I have a fan base outside of event shows. So from there, that's when I knew, okay, cool, there are people to receive. Maybe I can start selling. And then that's when I went to iTunes, Spotify, and the like. So really for me, those are the platforms and spaces like Twitter as well, where because Twitter is based on niches. So if if you're studying at UCT, UCT students, so they'll retweet your stuff, and your things will become popular within that space. So it's really about just navigating the certain spaces that you belong to and utilizing those music out.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, there's the whole kind of one of my colleagues is Zulu, and he's always like African Twitter, and I'm just lost in the sauce because I'm like I didn't see any of it because I'm not plugged into that network. So yeah, but so what about your in terms of your audience outside of South Africa? Where would you say that your biggest audiences are outside of South Africa?
I think has to be a battle between the US and Europe, Germany. I think in 2017 I got an opportunity to go to Germany. I think I've through the performances that time I was able to bring back with me people who are interested and still are interested in what I do, someone to buy photography. So definitely the US and parts of Europe, I'd say, or places that I'd be able to tour to and get a fan base of some sort at the shows.
So this is in terms of music or in terms of photography?
Yeah, that's the thing. I can never be able to gauge. So that's where the idea of this audio as visual came from as well, because there was a time where I was working a job, a 9 to 5, and that was for photography purposes. So photography has always been able to feed my other aspirations. But at that time in 2016, I had to decide, what is it? I felt frustrated. I had to decide, am I merging these two things, music and photography, or am I losing one and just doing one? Because in South Africa also, there's this thing of you just have to do one thing, concentrate on that thing. If you do a lot of things, people get sort of confused. So even when I stopped releasing music and I was just pushing the photography forward, because I knew that would propel everything else, people didn't understand. Are you still an artist? I am, but I'm using another avenue to share my expression. So that's the one thing that I've always had to battle with. I don't have a website at the moment because I'm just okay, this website, if I build it, what is it representing? Just me? Or is it me, my music, and da 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 da? It's so confusing. So I was really happy when you were able to present my essence during the introduction, essence of the work that I do, because it's something that I can't articulate. Because I feel like if I say multimedia artist, that could be, it's so broad. I want it to be for people, for it to be a label that people can identify maybe all the sub art forms that I do. But certainly that's how this audio is visual came about, because that project has messages of the lyrics turned into images. So some people, understand things better when they look at them. Some when they read, and then you have the audio. So the audio is visual, and I put that out. So it came out in a digital form, a book called "This Audio is Visual," where you'd have the picture and the lyrics, and the picture would sort of uncover what the lyrics were about, or present in another form what the message is.
Yeah, I can imagine that some people, when you have, all the different kind of things that you do, it's kind of like, oh, in terms of not taking it seriously. But when you then show up and are, showing, yeah. So we have a question from the chat. How important has being a multimedia artist been to building a career as an artist?
It's been one of the best blessings ever, because even if I'm quiet as a musician, I'm definitely doing something as a photographer. Someone is talking about me as a cinematographer. So the name never really dies out. It's always there, but in just another form. And like, it's just like, if I feel like a certain media is not going to work out for a theme, or I can just stretch it out, like it's awesome. I look at people like Tyler, the Creator, and I'm just like, damn, man, if he can push it that far, what's stopping us? So just to know, that's a reference point as well, that whatever you think, you're not crazy. It's possible, because he also has all of these. He's a fashion designer, stylist, it all goes up, and I think that for him, maybe he can attest, that has also like helped propel the name as well.
So that's also for your podcast. I'm curious in terms of the subject, because as being someone who has these kind of multiple talents and areas that you're involved in, your podcast, it focuses on photography, correct?
Yeah, visual arts, but the because I'm a photographer, that was the departure point. So, but now it's painters, it's everyone now. And also the thing, the one element that always like comes up is the fact that I'm a musician, and I make images as well. So I make it a point to always find individuals who are like-minded, or make music and visuals as well. So in the podcast, there's a thing called Tata Ikava. So it's like the loose translation is take the cover. So what we do there is we identify visual artists who've collaborated with musicians to make album art, book covers for writers, and we speak to those people and engage them about the thinking and that collaboration of how the illustration came about for the album cover, or the book that they collaborated on with the artist. Because I feel like we live in such a dynamic space that not everyone is always engaged, but there's definitely something to say about that continuous collaboration between musicians and visual artists, or writers and visual artists. So there's all of these links, and I try within my work as well, even if it's through other people, so that they can speak on their like visual art practices or audio visual art practices.
Okay, so then that's okay, because there are times with our hip hop African podcast, it's it's hip hop artists, and of course hip hop can be graphics, and so it's not just MCs, but there are those times when you'll kind of come across someone who doesn't fit into that category, and you're like, I would love to interview you, but you don't fit into what the podcast is about. And so then it's, do you ever kind of have that where like, wow, this would be an interesting story for the podcast, this would be an interesting person, but the podcast theme is about this topic. So yeah. I think just randomly, there's a Japanese American artist, G Yamazawa, who I really want to interview, but he's not African. And I'm like, I really want to interview him for the show. But I'm like, okay.
Yeah, there are definitely
shows. So I can technically I can do what the hell I want. But I'm just, I kind of struggle with that sometimes.
And that's the nice thing, right? Being in charge of like whoever the hell can get on the platform. That's what I enjoy. There's like no rules. Like internet has like changed everything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I also want to remind people, if you do have questions, to post them, so that we can, and I will ask them. So in terms of, I know you've got the documentary that you're working on next. Now, just also kind of going back to the podcast real quick, it is on pretty much most podcasting platforms. People can get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
can download it.
It's
Okay.
on Spotify, Apple, all the platforms. Yeah.
Okay. And there's also an African podcast network. Are you plugged into that? I know that there was a conference
Recently, yeah, I think I recently came across it, and yeah, I was someone who was going to go back to it. I came across it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they had a conference like maybe a couple months ago or something. But it's, it seems like an interesting group. So you've got the podcast, you've got the film. What else are you working on?
I feel like this pressure, but so I really want to start. So there's this. When I was growing up, there was a series called Ikyala la Mawela. Ikyala la Mawele. So it circles around twins who are at war with one another because they can't decide who should take the throne after the father's demise. So I want to take that story and flip it in its head and like put in there like some queer narrative on there. So my idea, like I'm just like looking into like transforming books into like short films, like imagery, so that's what I'm busy researching. So like soon, I don't know when, I'm busy writing it now, so hopefully in the next few years that's something you'll see from me. I'm just like really trying to expand, because I feel like even as a photographer, I feel like I've done enough. I really would love to, when it comes to the cinematography space, to become a director, because I realize also I do all of these things, but sometimes I don't have to execute the ideas, but direct them. So I want to get into that space where I'm able to let other people into my playground, and collaborate like that. Because there's also the thing of like, sometimes you're too anxious to allow people in your space. So trying to open it up a bit, because I think there's brilliance that comes with allowing other creatives within the space. So definitely directing through these books that I want to transform and create new narratives around.
I think that's great, though. I think moving in terms of doing more filmmaking and directing, I think, because, I love photography, but I think one of the things that I like about it, as opposed to kind of moving images, is that you set the light up, everything is bright, it stays there, take the picture. Whereas cinematography, people are moving, the light's changing, and so you are constantly having to. So I've been to, I haven't kind of gone in that direction, because I'm like, no. Everything stays the same.
It's fun.
Yeah, maybe one day. All right, so we have a question. Considering how much you were doing, how has starting the podcast helped you grow and connect your audience?
So I think the podcast has allowed me to reach like, like within the art space, the art space, I think, I don't know, but in South Africa, art's so very like high end, like it's certain people can go into that space or access it. Even me, like as a photographer, I think the only space where my name was mainly circulating was within NGO spaces and edition spaces and photojournalism. So what the podcast has allowed me to do is be able to get the attention of people like who own galleries, like exploring those worlds. So I think for me, more than anything else, I think it has shown me what the business side of like visual arts could be, or where I could like place myself within all of those hierarchies. And also like it's invited a broader audience, like in terms of people, multimedia understanding people. So the podcast has brought that for me. So now, I don't really have to explain why I do music and make a podcast and can be on a radio show the other day, because, like people understand that, like, this podcast itself was birthed through the idea of me being like a multimedia person. So definitely, like, it's allowed me access and visibility in spaces that I normally wouldn't have.
And so, are you doing the NTS? Was it the NTS? The
NFTs.
NFT. Yes,
I don't
NFTs.
even know what that is, bro. I'm still trying to understand what that is. But like, I think it was when everyone was talking about it and it was buzzing. My idea was to try and find someone who could speak about NFTs in a African context, because I really don't understand what's going on there. And I think even with that, like, the experience of NFTs might be different to NFTs in America might be different to NFTs in Africa. So I think that's important. An important conversation to have, because there's a lot of differences in that. So yeah, it's something that I'm still trying to learn and understand at the moment. I know zilch about it.
And I don't remember the name right now. But when I was kind of looking at graffiti artists in South Africa, there's an artist she had worked with that she put me in contact with, who's based in Joburg. And when I contacted him, he had recently made a whole lot of money selling a piece online for I don't know how many thousands of rand. And it was through one of these things. And so we had a brief conversation about it. And he said it was the first time he had done it. And so, new things. And I'm just like, I'm like, okay, I'll wait and kind of see, because it's really new. But it was interesting that, he had done it. So
if you can remember the name, please share it with me.
I will. I'll send it to you. I'll send you the name.
Sure, appreciate that.
Okay, so Mazi says we got 4 minutes. Are there any last questions? Because I do not want to monopolize if anyone else has a question. All right, so then the podcast is available. The film is being worked on, and music writing maybe. Possibly. But I feel like you, as an MC, there's a book, there's a rhyme book somewhere.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's a lot of demos just like stacked up. I'm ready to attack. I've been making a lot of music, especially this week. Just because the way that even the way that I write has sort of changed. I think I prefer like recording with a band instead of just like being in my lonesome now, So definitely there's a pack of demos that we're going to do. I don't want to give dates, but when I do have the materials, I'll share with you guys.
And I also want to tell people also there was the book, and I can't remember this, the Never Again. And I know if Emil is listening, he can tell me the full title. There's a book, Never Again, Emil, Adam Hawk, Quentin Williams, S. Samueline edited. And there's an interview with you in that book, and it's on hip hop in South Africa, hip hop and activism in South Africa. So there's a great book that, so if you want to, that interview is really good, because I think you talk about your experience in Langa in that interview. So that's a great book. Emil has a few articles in that book as well. So that it really is a good book on, just all things hip hop activism in South Africa, and it's free online as well. So you can get your share. You get this issue on hip hop in South Africa, that book on hip hop in South. So lots of stuff. So we got I guess 2 questions. The first is, who are some of your contemporaries whose work you admire or just enjoy, things we should be looking for? And then the second is, considering how much you were already doing, how has starting to, okay, no, we already answered that one. Okay, so just who are some of your contemporaries whose work you admire or just enjoy, things we should be looking for?
There's an artist called Aluta Now, who works within like the digital space within art. So she does a lot of experimental stuff. I think it's someone that you guys really should look out for. Very young as well, so it's exciting to see what they build up and become. Tepiso Murupa, a visual artist, a researcher, someone that you guys should also look out for. There is Amara Fleur, a singer. Definitely look out for as well, but a very good singer. D Koala as well. You guys already know Dope St. Jude. There's a whole lot of people, man, that are just doing fantastic stuff on the ground. There's a guy called Luansta, by Luansta, which I feel if you guys have this again, you should definitely include him. His whole thing is around branding and how to use branding to your advantage as an independent artist. So like he has a whole thesis around that. Someone that you guys should definitely look out for, who's maneuvered that space as an independent artist and made it work for them. So those people just off the top, and my mom.
All right, so shout out to mom. All right. So thank you, Andy. Thank you so much. And I definitely look forward to being in touch. And thank you for coming on. And this has been a great conversation.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right. All right, so the next panel will start in soon. You see 1:20 Eastern time, 8:30 SA time.
Words, Beats, and Life Journal Mixtape, the South Africa edition. This is Fete Jen, and I invite you to join us on this musical journey throughout South Africa, exploring its various styles of hip-hop, featuring some unsigned hype, right on through to some famous. We hope you enjoy the ride. DJ D Painter.
I told this mommy, if you want me, let me hold you back in the sun, daily jeep. Cook on $1, don't play with my knees. I'ma show up if you pay my fees. Yeah, it's just me and my G's. Better say fresh, no more teen. Yin, I'm back on jail, no me gay. I've been killing everything for the last 10 years. When I was young, bang to me, freestyle, young and Jim Earl. Oh, God, really, oh, pour me. Go for sexy, go, sexy, go, sexy, go. Oh, God, really, oh, pour me. Go sexy, go, sexy, go. Interpret me, you gon' need an eternity to turn me. Cause I'm determined to turn this beat to turkey. I need it up all the way till eternity. I'm a hair rapping so turban key. I'ma leave this murders in color like burgundy. Cause it's split mercury. Don't she any color, I'm too turn for you tertiary. What the f you mean you haven't heard of me? Man, no talk or Lord, this isn't work for me. I lift the bar, I'm Hercules. I cleanse our land, I purge the beat. I don't give a F since back in the days. In Bana Bangkok, I eat juju. Since you talking that shit, throw in the towel. Usu, get back with them hits, are you prepared for it? Won't master chef, then I'm only making a better dish. I moved on to better things. No one defended or had my back. It's got to catch to fish. Oh, God, really, oh, pour me. Go for sexy, go, sexy, go, sexy, go. Oh, God, really, oh, pour me. Go sexy, go, sexy, go, sexy, go. Oh, God, really, oh, pour me. Go sexy, go, sexy, go, sexy, go. Oh, God, really, oh, pour me. Go sexy, go, sexy, go. Yeah, you the one that I really want. this ain't a negative outlook. Just get the cash and get out. You can't imagine the risk that we all took. She kept it real from the jump. We came in the game, now they all shook. Yeah, you the one that I really want. Yeah, you the one that I really need. You the only one that I really want. You the only one that I really need. Yeah, you the one that I really want. Yeah, you the one that I really need. You the only one that I really want. You the only one that I really need. Yeah, you the one that I really want. Yeah, you the one that I really need. You the only one that I really want. You the only one that I really need. Yeah, you the one that I really want. Yeah, you the one that I really need. You the only one that I really want. You the only one that I really need. Yeah. Before I met you, everything inside it died down. I'm revived now. You can see that I'm alive now. Can't forget you, cause you freed me, I was tied down. I'm inspired now. I believe that I can fly now. Oh yeah. I gotta keep it real and you know that. I told your ex you ain't coming back. We can take a trip and never come back. Cause when I met you, you was hurting. Now I'm trying to take you overseas. And I know you ain't perfect, but you just right for me. Yeah, you're the one that I really want. Yeah, you're the one that I really need. You're the only one that I really want. You're the only one that I really need. Yeah, you're the one that I really want. Yeah, you're the one that I really need. You're the only one that I really want. You're the only one that I really need. Yeah, you're the one that I really want. Yeah, you're the one that I really need. You're the only one that I really want. You're the only one that I really need. Yeah, you're the one that I really want. Yeah, you're the one that I really need. You're the only one that I really want. You're the only one that I really need. Yeah, yeah. 1991 when everything began and I came out the womb, kicking, screaming, moved in with the boomer suburb where they dealing. I got lots of bustle looking at the prison ceilings. This is not emotional, so do not couple feelings. Everyone has a story, so who the hell cares? I was Fresh Prince, but I didn't love in Bel Air. Used to make me spikies, yes, I tried to gel. Hey, started selling Nike, Sika had like 12 pairs. Are you gonna tell me I'm a fake and I'm a fraud? When you know the pen is much more mighty than the sword. I don't pop no mollies, I don't rock no Tom Fords. I just do karate on the mic, I'm Jean-Claude. They tell me I should be on Snapchat, I should tweet more. The problem is I'm on the corner with the street lords. They ask me who I am and I say I'm Rick James. Right before I really waste them, what's my nickname? I'm Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, probably know your sister and your tiny. Maybe his name Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, go on the taxi drivers and the guys. They say they know Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, probably know your sister and your tiny. Maybe his name Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, go on the taxi drivers and the guys. They say they know Yachty. Gave me coins, I put it in the money box. Saved a couple pennies, spent it at the Bobby shop. I found out they stabbed him and my body felt a shock. I realized these aren't fairy tales and Goldilocks. 6 years old in Ocean View, I got the chicken pox. Brother broke into my house, they good at picking locks. Music per me playing, you could hear the boom box. A naughty little lighty, just like Riley Boone dogs. I had a crazy life if I thinking back. My uncle was a scallum, he was smoking man tracks. When he walked and everybody used to stand back. He grew up in the ghetto, breakfast wasn't flapjacks. I just want to show you who was in my family tree. I had 2 good parents, one of them was absentee. My daddy passed away and so I'm saying R.I.P. My mommy hates his name, but I have to disagree. I'm Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, probably know your sister and your tiny. Maybe his name Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, go on the taxi drivers and the guys. They say they know Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, probably know your sister and your tiny. Maybe his name Yachty, Yachty. You know he's a Lani, go on the taxi drivers and the guys.
I paid the cost to be the boss. Attitude on Latifah. Now I'm about to set it up. Remember I was trying to reach ya. Ain't nobody answer calls. How you gon' act like you don't see us? You know exactly who we are. So now they wanna show me love, love, love. But baby I can trust, trust, trust. Now they wanna show me love, love, love. Nah baby I can trust, trust, trust. No way.
Parfait à tout bosso. Pedicos to be a boss. Kami, I bless her. I'm all about the mullah, mullah. Who done? Where wonders. See my team, move it back, move it fast. Bottles on bottles, bigs on bigs. They wanna show me love, 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 yeah. I've been through it all, I'll never give up, but I trust no one, yeah. But I trust no one, see I trust no one, yeah.
My partner say it's all on me now. I pay the cost to be the boss. Attitude on Latifah. Now I'm about to set it up. Remember I was trying to reach ya. Ain't nobody answer calls. How you gon' act like you don't see us? You know exactly who we are. So now they wanna show me love, love, love. But baby, I don't trust, trust, trust. Now they wanna show me love, love, love. Nah, baby, I don't trust, trust, trust. No way.
She said, love, 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 put my foot up. I like put up, bit, I like do so. I messed up, that you know. I got no time for lazy hoes. Baby, check for me, baby, wipe for me. Baby, check, move it, I'm my money way. I'm my money way. Baby, check for me, baby, wipe for me. Baby, check, move it, I'm my money way. I'm my money way.
My partner say it's all on me now. I pay the cost to be the boss. Attitude on Latifah. Now I'm about to set it up. Remember I was trying to reach ya. Ain't nobody answer calls. How you gon' act like you don't see us? You know exactly who we are. So now they
and I'm never alone. You've been gone too long, baby, come home. I know you think it's over, but it's saying, baby, come over. Gikonduguthi kuwe, ngimuselusana. Gikonduguthi kuwe, ngimusathandwa. I ain't going nowhere, baby. I ain't going nowhere, baby. Ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba. Ensukwini zobusha baba. Ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga baba. Ensukwini zobusha baba. And don't you know I got the Lord on my side? You keep me safe, you need the love of my life. And every time I feel like giving up, you show up and he lift me up. It's something that I cannot describe. I know he loves me. I know that cause he hugs me. Every time it gets hard, I just open my heart and I know that he got me. Yeah, like if I like it, if I take if I my heart be hard. Even when it gets hard and I don't feel like being the life of the party. You say how did I
end up falling for you? I find myself calling for into the dark. I followed you, but I should know this ain't the time I go through. Send me away, 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 send me away. I feel you, I feel you, I feel you, I feel you, ABC. You take me up and down and I follow you like ABC. You act like you with it, but you ain't never here with me. I wish it could be, I wish it could be like ABC.
She asked me, Junior, do you like it when I cry, huh? Do you consider my feelings when you lie, huh? You put me second to some on the side, what? You just gon' let her ride or die inside? Damn, you forget I was with you before the racks came, before these skanks came, before the plaques came, before you started getting money and your raps changed. I was with you when you were still thinking about changing your rap name. Say something now, are you choking? Baby, I'm sorry, are you joking? So much for convincing me to be open. I don't know why I bother with you when you clearly chosen. This music over me, it owns all your emotions, and you really have to give it your undivided devotion. But somehow my heart feels safer when you hold it, like you're not the one that broke it.
End up falling for you. I find myself calling for you into the dark. I followed you, I should know this ain't the time.
Ngithole kasam ngeke Chilile ngiphethe ezinye zami ngeke Sakhinile sochova kwasani ngeke Chimile aphela nezami sibekezele Bathi sinamuva liyabukwa ongafuna ukusuka siyamgudla uyazi vele siyabududula and the food lesigubhu sikhuthuza amaguda khala bani ukhala ngani umjala bani uhlala namanana phansi uphala fala uchakalasi nkalakatha inja ikasi ufanta mentwana yami yebo uthini kanti awazi walelokishini ting sasesentini inji phethu wale ekhonjini uzongithola ekasa chilile ngiphethe ezinye zami ngeke sakhinile sochova kwasani ngeke chimile aphela nezami sibekezele
All I get is money, talking 100. My city say I run it cause I never ever fumble. Every time I say it, make the pretty woman love me. I can be a poet, be your homie, be a plumber. Sunset summer, all black puller. I got more gas than the H3 Hummer. I'm baked up, really, gorilla or grizzly. Landed, let's get it. You on the way to Surulere, let's get it. This shit by repetition. My outfit is hit for a Conor McGregor ticket. Wally for long, really the hardest to rep the city. 100 euro by demons, you dreaming of messing with me.
Chilile ngiphethe ezinye zami ngeke sakhinile sochova kwasani ngeke chimile aphela nezami sibekezele ungangish
When the song play, but ungai kushungai ish. Ungang ish. Ungai kushi when the song play, but ungai ish. Pagi malya mungang say, 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 malya mungang say.
Urikiwi government, Balitwell Sinkulelu Chabame, Sabangan Balele Sabangan, Gabate Nichezi number 10, Ish, Banamon, the Malisha Zikon, never die, my niggas is very young, if I die, my legacy carry on, Ish, Banamong, your business a shanganang, Banamong, so it's fun, Limpashi me long, Ish, ungang ish, ungai kish, when the song play, but ungai kish.
Pagi malya mungang say, 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 ungang ish, ungang ish.
And deception, young white hot quick to be the next one. No glam bass kicking, no snare drum. This is real life and it's happening to kids. Take away their options, get them into things they don't know nothing about. Come around for a drink, fill their head with nonsense, tell them what to think. Get them while they're young, love them in their teens, cause all a nigga got is $1 and a dream. I'm following your scheme, some holler if you need something, I'm part of the team. Let's have a nicotine puff up in the beam, let me put you on the game. Hey, that's not gangsta, that's not gangsta. You think you was real, that's not gangsta, that's not gangsta. Give them words, give them guns, that's not gangsta, that's not gangsta. Show them another way, yeah. These are kids that you're teaching how to act rude. When we need them in a classroom, subclean, token green, 16, no dreams. I'm telling you to relax, dude. Crippling their legacies, feeding them amphetamines. Dull the men and get young women on ketamine. There better be another way, cause if not, we're losing young men and women to a perilous block. It's not gangsta, that's just bullies in suits and colors, discrediting dads and widowing mothers. People living in fear of your temperament brothers are killing brothers, and girls are disappearing in numbers. Someone hand them a compass, redirect them, cause others are waiting to take them for everything and tear them asunder. Be a part of the few, re-encourage the youth. Use the boot to inspire a truth they need to hear in these schools before they let somebody sway them with jewels. That's not gangsta, that's not gangsta. You think you was real, yeah. That's not gangsta, that's not gangsta. Give them drugs, give them guns. That's not gangsta, that's not gangsta. Show them the way, yeah. growing up to get there. What was you expecting? It's the city of gold, nothing in moderation. All the dots connected, caught up in the matrix. I came a 9-6, been on the chase since J6. What a day in these streets. Toughened up, learning how to operate in this piece. Hustle hard and avoid the alleyway, cause there's peeps. So bust your jaw for that little bit of change in your jeans. But each morning you see all of us keep pouring in sweet promises. You hear it, it keeps calling us. From the foreigners to locals, we all in it. And for a minute keeps us hopeful. Windows tinted, just trying to keep the glare out, cause the shine of gold can corrupt and eat you up without a clear route mapped out. A drug house for the fiends, and we all lined up for that shot of morphine each morning.
Each morning, everyone goes downtown. Each morning, everyone goes downtown. Each morning, everyone goes downtown. Each morning, everyone goes downtown.
Yeah, each day is a relay, baton in hand to keep it moving. It's the pattern of man to stand. You need more than your deep faith. The passion you fashion and put in action is as vital as these prayers. So we stay retracing the steps that keep taking us back to where we stay, raising our debts. And yet you feel like it is on replay, like it is on replay, like it isn't the shit that you need. Paper trail sick if you got a weak head. We all gotta eat safe in the knowledge that our focus is clear straight, never fall in defeat. I crawl to my feet, soldier born, lion heart standing tall and replete. To meet hawkers and street walkers on each corner, pending whether day or it's night, it's all in the street. Some are called and it seems some don't really choose what they do. For a few it's a calling, you see.
Each morning, everyone goes downtown. Each morning, everyone goes downtown. Each morning, everyone goes downtown. Each morning, everyone goes downtown.
Bye mama, I gotta chase a dream. I'm headed to the city with the snakes and schemes. I got a date with D. E-S-T-I-N-Y and Y store. Got a pocket full of hope, profits in the scope. Promise not to fold when the pressure is on. Time waits for no man, this is the motto. Funny cause the hands on my bezel deterring out. Feeling the weight of concern, I gotta find my place in the world. Baby girl needs diapers, street ciphers, not bringing that change in. Baby mama stay on my case, and the mad haste to stash papes. The rat race for cheese can get nuts. Cheddar Bob, you vest up. If I'm next up the back, then guess what? I'm swinging for the fence, bringing the fam home. Run.
Killing themselves, they don't pray, out of touch, they ain't feeling themselves. When you're born in the struggle, gotta clean up yourself. Sometimes it's hard to understand, but never end it yourself. Let's talk about the drugs filling the hood with low lives that are rude. Coke addicts all skewed, killed my mood, no rehab to go to. Life in the ghetto, the mean streets will swallow you. Let's talk about the president, I'm a resident, stuck in the system, trapped like an animal. Power feels good, but it's never permanent. It's your time, make the most of it, make us proud of you. Black and white ain't a thing, let's talk about the stereotype. White man can't jump, it's all in your head. Black man can't swim, that will leave you dead. Issues in my life, let's talk about it. Life goes on. In life we live and learn. We keep going strong. Even if life is so cold. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope. 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 Life goes on. In life we live and learn. We keep going strong. Even if life is so cold. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope. We've got tomorrow. tomorrow, there's still got hope for tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta know the mystery. My present is crappy and so is my history, but I can't give up just cause today is messy indeed. So sit dust in the family. Hope for tomorrow, we got hope for humanity. Love is the driver and it's taking us to paradise. Buckle up, live life and keep your head up. Together we stay strong, we all friends and family. Let's spread hope all day like bacteria. It's all love, it's all good, I made it here. I lost many friends, but I found myself. Ever since then I made a promise I won't lose myself. Fathers, be good role models to your kids instead of hitting and running away from your seeds. Who's gonna wipe away all the tears? The wound is always deeper than it appears. Life goes on. In life we live and learn. We keep going strong, even if life is so cold. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope. We've got tomorrow, there's still hope.
Ngoburinga kakhulu uzosidalela inkinga relaxa khabubi phombo ungazophanga sekhola mdoba uzongiyenzani ungeke izona usazogcwala sizola bad. You ain't from the brink if I see you stayed. And even if you was think you're a little fucking late, but you running with the shit and I've been getting so much cake. Money diet mean that I ain't never gaining any weight. Ungena uyangas unemali ufuna yabona umuhle sobulala uvantame phethe thina lokushini lesidlala ledustin phethe ezinye ehotshini asinandaba ukuthi ngithini vele ngiyafosta and ngiyakhosta faka imbalo uzobona ukuthi vele ngiyibhoza indaba yami straight ayifuni iroli usazogcwala usazobaba sisibisa njengegandanganda ungena uyangazi unemali ufunani
PSA vibe to it, you know, like every song sounds like a public service announcement, you know, but it's done in such a way that like it's very easy to the ear. It's delivered in a way that, you know, to the not so conscious, maybe in inverted commas, it'll just fly over their heads. It's just another pop song, like, oh, this guy's whack or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But one day he'll be driving back at 2 in the morning, tired as hell, and he'll be like, man, like this guy, you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the effect that we want to put into the music, you know, like instead of like, you know, blowing the horn and saying, hear ye, Africa's in trouble, you know what I'm saying? Like, just kind of like, you know, look for a clever way of bringing in there. I mean, it's the same as, I look at it as, you know, a little child, you know, a little child, like, they could be sick and whatnot, they'll be like, yo, man, you need to give this kid some, antibiotics or whatever, and that medicine tastes horrible. There's no way you can give it to a kid. They'll be like, no, mix it with apple juice and whatnot. It's the same thing with music, you know. Sometimes you can't feed people the truth because it's just too bitter, man. Like, people don't want to know that. So mix it with a little bit of apple juice. Put some nice rolls on the track, you know. Throw in a little bit of drum beat in there. And 1 minute you be like, you know, people be on something like, yeah, oof, you know what I'm saying? But when the thing about it, like, because like, I mean, Michael Jackson, for me, did that so.
All right, so welcome back to the final two discussions, actually final three discussions as a part of today. I'm super excited. My name is Mazi Mutafa, Executive Director of Words, Beats, and Life, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. As a part of the South African Hip Hop Symposium being hosted in connection to the release of this publication. If you don't have it yet, feel free to be one of the hundreds of people that have downloaded it so far. You were just listening to the mixtape put together by Jen and mixed by our own in-house DJ, DJ D Painter. And I'm really excited about our next guest, who is coming to us live from South Africa. Let me go ahead and get into her bio. So coming up next, we have Gulshan Khan, an independent South African photojournalist and artist based in Johannesburg. A former stringer for the agency France Press, she was the first African woman to be regularly assigned by the agency in 2017. She was published in National Geographic, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Guardian, Le Monde, the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, among others. Gulshan also regularly works with NGOs. Gulshan is the first female South African Canon EMEA ambassador, the recipient of the 2020 HIPAA Emerging Photographer Award. She was also selected as one of the 2019 100 heroines. In 2018, she was one of 6 photographers selected for the inaugural World Press Photo 6x6 Talent Program, Africa Edition. And in 2020, Joop Swart Masterclass participant. In 2016, Gulshan completed the Market Photo Workshop, Photojournalism and Documentary Photography program in Johannesburg, South Africa, where she now regularly lectures, A National Geographic Explorer, a member of African Women in Photography, Women Photography. Gulshan is an everyday African contributor and has exhibited her work widely around the world, including right now here in Prince George's County, Maryland. She is a part of a 4-person exhibition at the Prince George's County Community College that will be opening this coming Tuesday and run for 1 month. She's been a speaker at the World Press Photo Festival, National Geographic Storytellers Summit, among other institutions. Gulshan is just doing a lot. And it's deserved because she's an amazing artist. Gulshan, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, Mazi.
I see you actually had to bust out the Kango.
So many words. Oh, we call this a spotty. This is a spotty.
I learned something new. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me today. Thank you for
having me.
You were one of the people instrumental in helping us reach out to South African photographers and visual artists that were just a part of your network. So it was only right that we should invite you to come here to talk a little bit about your work.
Well, I appreciate it.
So I guess, when we were talking about putting this interview together, I asked to get some work, which I'm gonna put up while you're talking. But I wanted to explore the topic, which is this idea of photojournalism as a means of promoting social change. Can you talk to us a little bit about the role you see photographers or photojournalists playing in promoting the kind of change that many of us want to see in the world?
I mean, this is such a broad conversation, because I think the question is, what do we first think of as social change? Mm-hmm. Social change in itself is everything from cultural changes, whether it has to do with gender or access to basic human rights, or the way we treat each other across racial barriers, across all sorts of borders. You know, so it's such a broad conversation. But I think historically, photography has always had a role to play, or the visual arts always has a role to play in reflecting humanity, reflecting our stories, reflecting where we are. Unfortunately, I mean, this needs, it's always been a colonial sort of lens that things were viewed through. So I think we're at a time now in our history where it's imperative to kind of, you know, I heard Andy speak earlier about how the internet has sort of leveled the playing field to a certain degree. And I think using that and using other platforms, using other opportunities, coming on the backs of movements such as Black Lives Matter. And then, of course, historically with us in South Africa, it's been the anti-apartheid movements and such where visuals have always contributed to reflecting our state, reflecting what change we want, reflecting who we are, placing ourselves in history, creating that history so that you know, generations to come can look at us and see themselves in it. So yeah, Mazi, it's such a broad question. I mean, one of the themes I deal with a lot in my work is that creating a space for us that was never there before in terms of documentary photography, in terms of stories that were not mainstream. But also, you know, the idea that apartheid in many ways hasn't ended. I mean, it's ended institutionally and legally and whatever else, but there are structural and institutional issues that we still suffer from now. There are social issues. I mean, we still don't know each other, you know. We're still learning to know each other. So I think the work that needs to be done is to basically bridge those gaps. And the more places that we're occupying, the more voices there are at the table, the better we can effect sort of social change, you know, going out of these sort of algorithms and echo chambers. And Mazi, you need to stop me. You know I can go on. So well, you need to.
No, I was actually about to jump in. So I'm running some of the photos that are actually in the current exhibit, particularly focused on the Muslim community. But I was going to ask you to say more about how being invited into multiple communities with your camera, being allowed into the multiple communities, allows you to help people know each other.
I'll give you an example. So with this work that we're showing now, with the exhibition that's on now, the work that you've just went through, it's called The Things We Carry With Us. It's on looking at contemporary Muslims in South Africa, which is just the beginning of the project. This work was shown in New York a few years ago. And there was a Dutch ambassador who came into it was at Photoville in New York, and he came to look at the work, and he said to me, "Oh, I didn't know there were Muslims in South Africa." Now, I mean, if you know anything about the history of Islam in South Africa, it's a slave history, you know, it's a Creole history. It's the first Muslims were brought as slaves, and this is my family heritage as well, were brought as slaves from Indonesia and the Indian archipelago, and so it's incredible that an ambassador, Dutch ambassador, didn't know this. You know, it was quite awkward and quite hurtful, to be honest, because he went on to say, "Oh, we did a lot of mischief back there then." So, I mean, I use anecdotes like I just did now to give examples of how this was not widely spoken about even until now, even to our own communities, our history. You know, how were Muslims, for example, active in the anti-apartheid struggle? How did Islam bring slaves together and in the Cape at the time, you know? So these are just examples of how, when I have these images shown in different spaces around the world, and even here in South Africa, because of course the Muslim community is not homogenous and we're still learning each other, it creates conversation, it creates inroads, it creates thought. And I hope it occupies a place that hasn't been occupied before. So yeah, so I mean, and then with the rest of the work, it's all, inevitably my work has to do with social justice. It has to do with the histories of legacies of colonialism, of apartheid. And like these images, for example, you know, many South Africans are living in conditions that are dangerous, that are inhumane. And that hasn't changed so many years later. So it's about interrogation. And in South Africa, because we still have so many divisions structurally, you can live in South Africa, you can live in Johannesburg and not see this, right? You can live a very comfortable life in Sandton, and this is Tretla just across the highway in Alex, and you'd never know this reality. So it's also about, you know, it's kind of, what's the word? I'm struggling for my words right now, but actually to make present this reality in different spaces. Because I think too often we're still separated, and these realities, these stark realities, because of our economic divides, which are inevitably linked to our racial divides in South Africa, still exist. This is one of the largest landfalls in South Africa, in Johannesburg, actually. It's called Robinson Deep. So a lot of the work has to do with multiple levels of economic disparity, social disparity, but also people on the margins. And the thing is, and this image, for example, you know, so much of our imagery that comes out of the continent is very sad and depressing because that's what Western media has predominantly shown us, right? But how do we photograph these realities giving dignity and respect to the people who are being photographed, and to show how these people are still persevering and surviving despite all these odds, you know, and they're incredible human beings because of it. And that's who we are as South Africans, I think, to a large extent. We survive, you know. We find humor, we find our way through challenges. And yeah, we don't sleep with our humor. We have memes every day that are being generated and everything that's going viral every day. So yeah, so these very serious stories, but photographed in a way that our people were not photographed historically, you know, while still looking at serious issues.
I wonder how do you think that your own empathy / you know, humanity has allowed you to connect with the people that whose stories you're capturing and presenting to a larger audience?
You know, I think as those of us who are engaging in this sort of work, I think as human beings, perhaps because we're, you know, in survival mode a lot of the time, or because we have been afraid of each other for so long, that these are the things that prevent us from having empathy. But for me, I mean, I see myself as a conduit, you know. I see myself as someone who's just using a tool to bear witness to something and to reflect that. So, I mean, I could do this through writing, I could do this through music, I could do this through many other mediums. But inevitably, it's the same feeling that I'm trying to, you know, sort of show and reflect on. I think when you see human suffering, but also when you see human triumph, you must feel something, you know. That is the role of the artist. That is we're really just conduits. We're presenting ourselves and through our different realities. And if we really are true to ourselves, and if we really are authentically, you know, working within ourselves and working on ourselves, which I think is the most important part of any journey of life, you will inevitably build empathy with the people that you are working with. And I also really believe that shows in the work, no matter what work you're doing.
So I'm curious because almost all of your description talks about being a journalist, being a photojournalist. Where does the line between artist and journalist, where is that line?
You know, it's in Western, in the West, it's always been very distinct lines between journalism, photojournalism, documentary, filmmaking, photography, and artist. I don't think those lines should exist. I think your work can exist in different spaces, in different platforms, but the way you navigate that, what work you choose to place where, you can make those differentiations. But I think essentially, even a journalist I don't believe in such a thing as objectivity. I think even journalists, I mean, you can see that from the way this war is being covered, that there's no true objectivity. You are always reporting through your own lens, through your own references, through your own realities and beliefs and values. So, yeah, I think that some of my work, like we're showing now, can exist in gallery spaces. Some of them should exist in public spaces, to be seen by the communities who are in the images, I think. There's work that we've just seen about of the fire in Twetla. I recently showed that work, but I would not, for example, put that work for sale, because I can't imagine that work decorating a wealthy person's home, for example. So we're navigating different spaces, but I don't really believe that there should be these divisions. You know, we should be able to move the work through different platforms, to different communities, to different people, in the same ways that I believe that there should be as many voices at every single table. This should be seen. So, I mean, I don't limit where my work goes. As long as, you know, it's always done with respect and dignity to the people who I've worked with to create the work, to who I've collaborated with, and the space is respectful. And of course, we're still navigating capitalism and all of these, you know, these things that go with institutions that are far from being completely sort of decolonized or safe spaces. For many of us. So it's always a balancing act. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't think these divisions should be solid at all.
So I definitely think it's fair to say that you're a hip hop generation photographer. And one of the things that a pioneering MC by the name of Chuck D used to say was that hip hop was the CNN of the hood. I wonder, like, you are the eyes and the hands that are responsible for shaping images in some of those international publications you talked about, whether it was the Washington Post or it was National Geographic, et cetera. Like, what does it mean in terms of your own responsibility, to tell the stories of human beings and of resilience and not just of tragedy?
Oh, you know, a lot is changing slowly in the photographic world, in the visual world. So that responsibility, especially an emotional responsibility, or the burden of that, I felt a lot. But I've come to the place where I realized that, you know, we can only do what we can do in the places where we can have effect. And yes, I mean, like, hip hop was a language. It was a catharsis. It was a messenger, you know. So it's the same thing. We're just trying to move what we're feeling through our work, through our art. We're trying to talk to each other. We're trying to talk to the rest of the world. We're trying to figure out all of this stuff, and that's what it essentially is. You know, we're trying to preserve. In South Africa specifically, there's been so much of erasure because of our history, you know. And whether it's making references in our rhymes or putting visuals that talking about culture and ancestry and history that was never in mainstream, and pushing that stuff, that's all part of the work. But at the same time, just our existence in the way we choose to exist. So the work we do is the way we choose to exist. And that in itself is part of our responsibility, I think, as artists, so it's not necessary that I think always that you have to be dealing with specific, what we think is so-called political, because for me, everything is political. Yeah, the personal is the political.
So in a lot of the photos, at least that I just shared, you see primarily communities of color. I wonder, do you ever photograph in the Afrikaans community in South Africa?
I have. I mean, you don't always get to choose the assignments you want. You can say no, but I mean, we must also do this thing called putting food on the table. So, and take care of our families back home. So I have, of course, it's through different stories. Sometimes it's stories about music or culture or jewelry and, whatever, travel. There was, however, one that I do regret photographing. It was a community. I'm not even going to talk too much about it, but it was a community that, I can say that are racist. A white community, farmers who are pushing the narrative of like a white genocide, which is really not happening in South Africa. It's not. I don't know if you remember that time when Trump said that.
Yeah.
He talked about it, right? So yeah, I had to photograph the story, and I thought, okay, so it will be good to have a person of color on the team because the videographer and the writer were both white. But I didn't have control over the entire story, which was a hard lesson, because I will do that now if I have control over how I'm reporting the story, I'm not just doing the images. Yes, so that was quite a traumatic assignment for me. I learned a lot, and it kind of validated one of the things that I already knew, is that not in a lot of little crevices in our country, this still exists. But not just that, it exists everywhere, but it exists in extremes. And I think as Americans, you guys can kind of also relate to this because we have a similar history or sort of parallels in our history. So yes, to answer your question, I have photographed other communities. I do it all the time. But this, I think, is what you're trying to ask, is that specifically a community that, holds values that do not exist within my own idea of humanity. And that's quite traumatic. It was quite traumatic for me to do. But at the same time, we deal with this sort of stuff like I'm saying, on a structural and an institutional level every single day. Whether in the media or in our everyday lives. So it's just different degrees and different forms of it. And sometimes now it's a bit more insidious than in our history.
All the conversations up to this point have been kind of about arts and culture, connections or similarities between communities in South Africa and communities in the United States, talking about making space for queer folks, and lifting up voices. I wonder, particularly like looking at these final photos, we've got this young man trying to give flowers to what appears to be a police officer or a security guard, or these people at the beach or at a river, the ocean, in their homes, like this idea of of showing people where they are, not just where they might aspire to be, which I feel like is a lot of what happens in hip hop, is people talking about where they aspire to be, but not necessarily, or escaping where they're from. I wonder how, when this work goes up in these elite spaces that you presented, beyond the ignorance of the ambassador, like what are the kinds of responses that you get in South Africa and outside of South Africa?
Also, I'm very choosy about where I present the work, right? There is a sort of activism that goes with this sort of work, of showing how things have changed and things have not changed. While we had always been presenting to the rest of the world this idea of the Rainbow Nation. So here is the truth on the ground. I don't think hip hop only shows aspirational. I think there is a lot of talking about what is happening in communities as well, right? As a form of catharsis in much of hip hop, and then paying tribute to history and to people. So the responses are different based on where you're seeing it. And of course, based on different people. So it's a very difficult one to answer because, like I said to you, I don't think we're also different, and people look at the work differently. So that's why I like to have a balance in my work in terms of I'm not showing just suffering. I'm showing hope. I'm showing what young people are doing, for example, in these images. What are we talking about here? Gun violence, for example, but also the reality of things like COVID. So it really, really, really just depends on where you're seeing it, who's looking at it, and how do they view. Because also remember that when people view something, they're not just telling you about your work, they're telling you about themselves when they give you an opinion. So I had the work of the burning house, the fire in Suetla, for example, now recently exhibited in Cape Town. And a lot of people who had seen this work would look at it and say, wow, that's beautiful. And I would hate that. That would affect me because I would be like, do you realize that a person could have died in this house, you know? Do you realize the dire nature of this situation, the inhumanity of it? So it's me trying to play this balancing act of showing you an image that catches your attention and makes you think. But unfortunately, not everyone. I mean, there is this unconscious bias. There's a blindness in the world that affects so many people still, that they're only going to see what they want to see. So, I mean, I've had to resign myself to the fact that I can just do the best I can with what I am given and how I want to present something, in the hope that it will make some change. This is the image. So very cockily said to people, you can't own this image, but you can if you want to own a piece of the history. Because that's another thing. People want to own things, you know? And so if you want to own a piece of this history and make it better, you can contribute to this organization or whichever organizations, you know, that are doing good work in these places. Yeah, so it really just depends on where and how. And that's why I keep saying as many places, as long as it doesn't, you know, affect your value system or corrupt you, you know, corrupt what you're trying to do.
I definitely appreciate you joining us for this conversation. I only have one last question. What is the work you talked about working with NGOs? What's the work you do with NGOs?
I mean, NGOs, it really depends on what they're doing, yeah? So everything from working toward ending gender-based violence or access to food security, communities that are producing sustainable means of like sort of healthcare that's dependent on solar power, for example, or I do all of this, you know, so it really just depends on the specific NGO that I'm working with. And documenting what they're doing and also perhaps trying to get funding. I mean, the history of NGOs on the continent is not always a great one, but I try to partner with people that I believe are making, you know, tangible change and really doing good work in communities.
Sultan, I definitely want to thank you for taking time to join us today. Your work is amazing.
Thank you, Mazi. I appreciate it. And your work is amazing. What you guys are doing is amazing and wonderful and beautiful. And yeah, it's great.
Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Joining us in the wee hours of the early hours of the evening.
The evening, yeah. Okay, well, all the best. And thank you for having me, Mazi.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Alaikum salam.
All right, everybody. So we've got one more panel discussion. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break of like 10 minutes like we've been doing all day. And when we come back, we will have our final panel of the day that will conclude with Dennis coming back at the very end to thank everybody for having participated in today's activities. All right, we're going to take a quick break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our almost last panel on hip hop and the music industry in South Africa. My name is Jennifer, also known as Fete Jen, and I'm one of the guest editors for the journal issue that we have been discussing all day. And everything. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our panelists. We have a great panel for you to talk about the industry. And I'm going to start off with our ladies going first tonight. We have Lee Kasumba. Lee Kasumba found her footing and home in South Africa through the hip hop community. Her background and role in SA hip hop became the launch pad for her career across the African continent in media, popular culture, and the greater African music and creative industry. She started at the young age of 19 on YFM, where she was the youngest, longest running, and only female editor of Y Mag, an award-winning magazine. As part of her show Harambe, Lee and her co-host Bad Boy T and Sansa started to lead the new movement for hip hop in South Africa, as well as introduce African music to the South African audience. Other notable highlights include she was inducted into the Hennessy Hip Hop Wall of Fame. She was the executive producer and co-host for Castle Light's Hip Hop Her Story in Joburg that included artists like Nadia Nakai, Roxanne Shante, Angela Lee, Mosley, etc. She's the host and content producer for the first Pan-African Battle MC show that traveled to 8 different countries in Africa, and this put Lee at the forefront of the hip-hop movement. She was the head of Channel O Africa, the first Pan-African music channel that broadcast to over 40 countries in Africa, where most of the big artists had their commercial breaks. She's the host of the Africa State of Mind podcast, and now about to launch the Africa Whisperer podcast. And she's the founder and MD of She Speaks Africa. So that's just a sampling of the great stuff that Lee got into back in the day and is currently doing. So we're very happy to have her here today. So welcome, Lee.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I'm really happy to be here.
Great. Next up, we have Sipho Sithole. Dr. Sipho Sithole is a research fellow at the Johannesburg Institute of Advanced Study, University of Johannesburg, and holds a PhD degree in anthropology from the University of Witwatersrand, if I say that correctly. He has an MSc degree in personnel management and industrial relations from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and a BSc degree in politics and international relations from Lincoln University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Sithole is an award-winning music producer and is credited with coining the now most popular genre in South Africa, Afro Soul, after his successful singing and producing of artists and singer-songwriters who have dominated the Afro world music scene locally and abroad, and is considered to be the first music executive to mainstream hip-hop in South Africa. His recent article is in the Words, Beats, and Life journal that we're discussing today, and is titled 2 Genres, 1 Mic, a Kwaito Jive or a Rap Party, The Revolution Betrayed. Welcome, Sipho.
Thank you, Jennifer. It's nice to see Lee. I think I last saw Lee some years back. Actually,
okay.
The family reunion, right?
Yes.
There you go. All right, next up, we have Msia Metane. Msia Metane is also known as Slick Core. He is a hip-hop artist, part of the legendary award-winning group Squatter Camp that was started back in the late 90s. The group just released an album titled, if I'm correct, SVN, so go check that out. I'm sure he'll tell us more about that. Msia is also currently one of the most prominent publishers in the South Africa hip-hop space. As an innovator and pioneer, Msia is a pace setter in the digital publishing game as CEO and founder of the skill slickcoreonlife.co.za website. So Slickcore on Life is an online music platform that creates and curates music content for the urban market. It has become the largest urban online music platform with over 200,000 unique visits each month. They premiere exclusive music and video interviews from top-tier music leaders in the culture, right down to grassroots artists that have the potential to be the next stars. Welcome, Msia.
Hey, how you doing? I was gonna correct you on that, so you never had to struggle so much. It is the fun now. I was like, why are you struggling? I'll correct you. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
Hey, Sia.
It looks like your kids just ran and shouted that they are talking about you. Dad, please come through. You just came in running. I don't know where you're coming from.
No,
But,
I'm trying to find the light. I'm trying to find the light. You know, I'm still. I'm not like I know Lee literally probably already has a face with his lights, makeup. So for me as a guy, I'm in my pajamas now. I can't lie, you know. So you know, I still have to find the lights, you know.
Oh my God! Well, we're happy you
I
made
thought
it.
that this one was going to be easy for you because this is what you do.
Yeah.
time.
No, during the day.
Jen, they like it all the time. I've known them both for a while, and this is how it goes all the time.
So last but not least, and if he's not on yet, he should be joining us soon, is Asmik Meno. Asmik is what I call the godfather of hip hop in South Africa. He is the CEO of Ritual Media Group. He's from Soweto. He's an MC, a breakdancer, graffiti artist, beatboxer, producer. Guys, this is what he submitted as his bio. Director, editor, and photographer. He started his lifelong relationship with hip hop dating back to the 8th grade, where he started a mixtape radio show called Hell's Kitchen, where local acts were given the platform to showcase their music. He then started the first hip hop magazine in Joburg called Ritual Magazine around grade 9 with a couple of friends, as well as created a recording studio in the hood called Ritual Lab. Asmik has created and owns a lot of the foundational platforms for hip hop in South Africa that's documenting and solidifying the culture, such as the Back to the City Festival, which is 9 years old now and still going strong as the largest hip hop festival in Africa. He owns the South Africa Hip Hop Awards that have been taking place for the last 3 years and are broadcast on ETV. More recently, he designed and created the South Africa Hip Hop Museum that includes a Wall of Fame. He is an advisor for Sprite South Africa for the past 3 years, and academically, he has a diploma in graphic and multimedia design. In his own words, Asmik is as hip hop as it gets.
Yep.
So it seems like he's not here with us yet. So we'll go on and we'll get started, and hopefully he'll join us as we go on. So thanks you all for joining us again once for today. We are talking about the industry. So for those, our audience is mixed. We have a lot of people on from the US, and I just wanted to know if someone could give us kind of like an overview of what the music industry is in South Africa for hip hop. What do we mean when we say the industry, the music industry for hip hop? What does that look like? Are there any unique characteristics from what we might know of it as in the US or the West?
I'll maybe start. Yeah, I think when I think about hip hop in South Africa and how you define the industry, I believe that it's so multi-layered. I think that from hood to hood, from city to city, across the board, there's so many different things happening in terms of hip hop. One of the things I love about the hip hop in South Africa is the fact that, you know, you can, all the elements exist, people enjoy the culture, and it really is just a reflection of what's going on in South Africa, and it's able to integrate itself into different kind of music genres and then step in and step out the whole time. So I think that hip hop in SA, it really is a reflection of just that melting pot, which is the culture of what I believe South Africa is as a whole. Different languages, different, different beats, different energies, all of that, but it all comes together somehow.
Right. Okay. How about Sipo or Sia? Do you want to add anything about the industry? What is the industry in South Africa for hip hop?
Dr. Sipo, I'll be respectable and let you stop.
It's hard to hear you. See, I don't know if others can hear you clearly.
No, he's a bit soft. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Better now.
Oh, okay. I was going to give Dr. Sipo the opportunity to start, but because he's my elder, because I don't want him to shout at me when he sees me in the streets.
Uh-oh.
Which he would do, and he could do. I think that for hip hop in South Africa, I think the one thing it's become, I think like everywhere in the world, it's a voice for young people, and I think it evolves in different aspects because, you know, there's subgenres that are created. And even though people aren't rapping in the traditional manner of American hip hop, you can hear the influence and the cadence and the rhyme schemes and the storytelling, on different instrumentals, which are not categorically like hip hop instrumentals. So I think it's what it is everywhere in the world from the way I've seen it. It's the one voice that kids go, look, this is the easiest thing or the closest thing that comes innately to me. And whether it's dancing, whether it's music, whether it's writing words and telling stories, it's the strong thing that just kicks off innately in a lot of young people. So once the beat comes in, it can become hip hop. It can become what they call amapiano on top of it. But if you remove the beat and you listen to the stories and you listen to the emotion of the melodies, it's all a mix of that. It's a youth movement, and I think it's also starting to define itself. I mean, 20 years ago, it was almost like 20, 30 years ago, it was almost like a direct kind of import of what the American culture was completely. But I think as we grew, we found our voice and our style and our way of leadership. But and that's where it is. I think it just keeps evolving based on where young people wanna go as an industry, a creative industry, that is.
Sure. And Sipho, how would you describe South Africa's music industry?
Yes, I'm glad you're asking me about the music. It was I was to that.
He's freezing up for me a bit. I don't know if for others.
Not
he's freezing.
Yeah, he's freezing on my side.
Sipho, your connection seems to be a bit weak.
Can you hear me?
Try again. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think we lost him.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I should have declared much earlier. I'm not in Johannesburg. I'm in the deep rural of the kingdom of the Zulus. I'm in the village, so I'm connecting via a different device. I was saying that I'm glad that you're asking me about the music industry, because I wanted to talk about the industry itself and not necessarily about hip hop. Maybe we can come back and talk to that. That in South Africa, as opposed to the rest of the continent, we are lucky that we've got a very well-established music industry, and that is legislated, that has got collecting management societies that really protect the rights of the creatives. But before I get to that, the cultural and creative industries in South Africa contributes $4.8 billion to the gross domestic product of this country. And the cultural and creative industries employs 1.1 million people, and that is 7.3% of total employment in the country. It is the fastest growing sector, and the music is one of the biggest contributors in the cultural and creative sector, particularly on the live side. Of course, we have seen the underperformance of physical sales in the music industry. We have seen the digital downloads are also declining, but streaming and live music, and also we are seeing also the emergence of podcasts. So we are lucky that, unlike in the rest of the continent, we've got the rights protection environment really, really legislated, to the point that if you are an active music practitioner and you are a producer and a musician or whatsoever, you are guaranteed to trace your royalty streams, your revenue streams, particularly on the sales, on the digital, on the exploitation of your musical works. We have got the performing rights organization that ensures that wherever the music is performed, whether it's on radio or at concerts, there is license. That is what they call blanket license that SAMRO gives to the broadcasters. So if Slicker had a hit song, he could well easily make $1 million a year if his song is played all over the country, because that is tracked properly. We also have the what we call needle time now, that anybody who has been who has played on a record, whether as a vocalist or as a guitarist, as and when that music is performed in a public space, whether radio or television, you are guaranteed a needle time. We also have the digital rights management. So even the digital exploitation of musical works, we've got a collecting society. All that really is needed is that the artists are aware and that they notify their musical works. Because once their musical works is notified, it is easy to track and trace anywhere in the world, whether it is played in Australia or in Atlanta in the US, they can track and trace that. So the broadcasting environment is also very interesting. I mean, Lika Sumba comes from that. We've got well-established broadcasting environment, whether it's radio stations, community radio stations, or private or public radio stations. We've got television networks, and all of that. There is no way that an artist's music is performed and you can't trace it. The restaurants, clubs are licensed by the collective management societies, and that also protects the rights of the artist. And of course, we've got the record companies. We've got 3 majors now. As you know, they've been merging. We now have only Sony, Universal, and Warner. But
yeah, I was going to ask if there are any South African labels, or is it all international?
Yes, and then we've got a number of independent record companies who are actually the ones that are influencing the music landscape in South Africa. Unfortunately, most of them still go through the major record labels in terms of distribution. But in terms of content and music creation and production, it is actually them. Then they will either enter into a joint venture, or they will enter into a licensing agreement, or they will enter into just a distribution deal. And most of what we are hearing on radio or performed in public space is actually coming from independent record labels. The only thing that we don't have control of is the entire value chain, from manufacturing to distribution and to content aggregation. And there are quite a number of independent record labels that have done very well, multi-millionaires in terms of the artists that they have produced. And so the revenue streams are massive. Then we have a very vibrant live performance environment. The festivals, the clubs, performing venues. So it is really up to the market whether the artist is successful. But to say the environment is not there for artists to create and produce, that will be probably maybe not telling the truth. We also have, to a great extent, compared to the rest of the continent, funding streams that music producers, let me say, practitioners can actually apply, whether it's government, where every year there's a call for funding for across the cultural industries, creative, whether it's music or anything, whether it's literature, even touring ventures we can apply. There are quite a number of funding agencies that are either funded by government or by private donors, where also artists can apply for those, including music conferences. And of course, we've got Osmix's biggest hip hop festival. Unfortunately, it's not here. that is really the biggest in South Africa right now. I thought I would just start with just giving that if you ask me, is there an industry from which hip hop can thrive? Yes, there is. All that is left is for the artist to be the best.
So yeah, it sounds like it's very formal. There's a very formal structure. It's well organized. It sounds like, artists shouldn't have any problems, but I know that's not the case, right? Not everyone can get put on. So I wonder, what is the industry looking for in terms of artists in South Africa? Who really gets picked up? Who gets signed? Who really thrives in the independent space? I don't know, Lee, Sia, if you want to chime in.
I think from an independent space, Sipo had said it. It's mostly like young people who start off independently. What we've seen in South Africa, there's almost, particularly in the youth segment, things are always led by, it's not an artist that leads, it's like a genre that leads, and maybe spearheaded by an artist, and that keeps that keeps like always changing. So, at the time I was just in Kenya like last week, and it was just, you're inside the country so much you're not even aware. But the big thing that people remark about South Africa is the youth's capability to almost like create genres, that are adopted by a lot of other places. Even to a certain extent, whether people know it or not, like something like the early American trap is taken from an easily Kwaito sound, something that was Kwaito in South Africa, whether how they played the bass or how they moved the drum. And this is the earlier trap, not even like today's trap music, the TI trap, So even sounds like that, those sounds were of a genre that came earlier. Not to mention all the other Afro pop, Amapiano. So, the guys there were just remarking on how South African youth are just always creating like genres that a lot of people are able to adopt. And those genres are not created inside labels, similar to how, Dr. Sibustole could have found a group like us, when he was working at a major label. We were a garage group, and we were selling music, like we were literally selling music in the streets or doing our own deals with the retail outlets during the times when people knew what a CD was, and it wasn't just like the reverse of the alphabet. So CD, A, B, C. Yeah, it's actually the way. So, so all those things, the youth on the ground really lead the narrative. The difference is that like the youth on the ground don't have the resources of majors. And that could be from a financial perspective, that could be from a strategy perspective, that could be from even when you want to be an entrepreneur, it might be easy to make the music, but the secret about music is that, you sometimes need to have like, if you want an artist to blow, you literally need to have like piles of investment money to lose first before that artist blows. So you find one independent artist who makes so much money because it's so much money relative to where he's from. It's not enough money for him to actually start a label. So we see a lot of failing labels because we actually having a culture shock of the money we have relative to where we're from, but not really to invest into the music, right? So so things like that, when you look at like what you're looking for here, and I'll tell you, it's charisma, it's personality, it's like it's more than just the song, it's understanding how to get in a room with not only your friends, it's punctuality, they artists in my view who are an example of talent and people serious about talent. I always go, a majority of us are talented, and because music is an innate thing, we literally have an affinity to talented people. But seriously talented people are the ones that actually like become mainstream successes, but they might not be the most talented, because seriously talented in my view means that you take your talent so serious that like you'll make the meeting in time, you'll dress the way you need to dress. So we kind of see the guys who are self-starters, the guys who literally think ahead, literally who actually move the needle, right? But then they so ahead that even their managers literally aren't as smart as them at times, you know? So if like an artist is ahead, you find that the manager doesn't have the knowledge of the fast growth that an artist has. All the rights and the institutions that Dr. Sipostole has mentioned, the biggest problem with them not working is that some of the artists don't know what to ask. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So the artist can grow fast, but the manager has to learn that on the other end, but he doesn't learn. He just learns how to do bookings, you know?
Right.
So we have this imbalance of an artist that grows fast, but like he doesn't have the resource and the skills and the minds to take this guy beyond a South African or an African market, or even the humility, because all of them are getting so much money for the first time. So I think money is the biggest barrier of people learning and growing faster in the South African music industry. But what we do look for is definitely like those things. It's people who are consistent, respect their work, and are serious about their talent. I think like everywhere. And some of these people are not educated on that. It's just guys who just, I mean, sorry, Lee, I'll cut you in just now. I always go, the artists like my producers, these are the guys who are leading the Amapiano. They're not guys who do interviews. They're not guys who will be on time on interview, but they work, but they work ethic, you know, of music. I mean, throughout the year, all they've done, even if they don't do the interviews, they've stuck to what makes them live, which is the music.
Right.
So it's that thing also that, like, you know, it's that serious about what you do that really gets you out. And some of these guys are independent also, you know.
And also, I think, you know, just to add on to what my colleagues Dr. Sitoli said and Sia said, I think that when you look at the industry in South Africa and how it's, you know, to answer your question, Jen, about who gets signed, sometimes, you know, like what Sia was said, sometimes it's a case of if you're able to create a movement behind yourself, you know, so you've got individual artists who've created movements. If you look at Shoma Josie, for example, she created a movement. She credits Tandiswa for her aesthetic and learning from her and so forth, but she's been able to create an entire movement behind her. And then you kind of then see people gaining interest, because as a label, I would imagine, I don't own a label, never have, but I would imagine you're looking at somebody who's going to be 360. Are they able to, do they have a movement around them more than anything else, you know? And in this environment that we're dealing in, when you talk about genres like Amapiano and so forth going around the world, or even the influence and influx of South African music, I'm actually sitting in Ghana at the moment, of South African music and culture, a lot of it has had to do with social media, and there's a love-hate relationship with it, because sometimes it's kind of like, oh my gosh, you know, it's made everything not really authentic. But on the other hand, this is what's been able to break a lot of people from across the continent, and to get people to integrate a lot more. So I think that digital and podcasting and social media and so forth, depending on how you use it as a creative, it can almost become what the streets were to hip hop before, you know, before all of that. Like everybody was like, who knows you? Who do you rep? Like social media and the digital space can create that. And it can also, if somebody is able to put in the work and really understand it, they're able to really be able to grow themselves globally, sitting in the corner, like somewhere on the street. They're able to do that. So I think that it really is, I think it's an exciting time. And people who get signed are those who are able to get movements around them, because the industry has changed a lot. It's really changed a lot. Talent is a lot, but the hard work, how much effort you're going to put in, all of that plays a huge role. And being able to rally people,
Yeah, and that was one of my questions, was going to talk about, you know, the industry changing as we know it, as time goes on, things evolved, and, you know, how has the industry in South Africa really kept up with the digital age? You know, how has that affected artists? And then also with COVID-19, right, that locked the whole world. So how did that affect the industry in South Africa for hip hop?
I mean, I can say that for me, because I lived and grew up in South Africa for a while. What I've seen with the digital and how that's impacted the growth and explosion of South African music, definitely, I think the digital's played a huge role. You know, I'm in Ghana or when I'm in different countries, and I hear a lot, and people are talking about it, but it's all off their phones, right? This is where people are accessing it more than anything else. So I think that it's played a huge role in that. And when you look at Amapiano, I saw TikTok had put something together about how there were 2.5 billion bits of content made from a fusion of Nigerian music and Amapiano together. That's huge. You know, so you're looking at the two big music industries, South Africa and Nigeria, kind of collaborating and basically changing the face of what the perceptions are around African music, and taking them from being part of world music into being part of popular culture. So I think that it's been in leveling ground. The social media, digital has become leveling ground, because it's not about who you know or anything like that. It really is about, are you able to get people rallying behind you? And I think that it's been good for South African music and African music as a whole.
If I may add, because
Yes.
I come from the traditional record label culture from way back.
Pre-digital age.
The beauty that has happened now is that the artist does not have to wait for a promo officer of a record label to take the artist to radio, to take the artist to TV to go perform, to arrange for an interview with a print journalist, to do an in-store promo. The artist does not have to wait for anybody anymore. They can just, once their music is out, or before, if it comes out, they can start talking about it on social media. But for me, just back to hip hop, because this is something that is closer to my heart. Not the music as such, because I would be lying if I say I understand hip hop, even though my PhD is on hip hop. It's because of what the youth is talking about. That is what has always attracted me to the genre itself. Is about the narrative, the aspirations, and just the issues that they're talking about. But that's not the point I wanted to make. The point I wanted to make is that, and I can still say it here, that probably it is the genre that will still survive in South Africa for another 10, 15, 20 years. What we are seeing in South Africa, I mean, of course, hip hop started at the back end, and some people would say I was one that really mainstreamed hip hop, because we signed hip hop artists, Squatter Camp, which Slicker is part of, when it was not fashionable to sign, because they were mainly underground and all of that. And back then, Kwaito, you couldn't touch Kwaito. You know, hip hop was just a small thing. But what has happened to all these genres? They've come and gone, and hip hop is still here, and I believe that it's still going to be around. Of course, I am disappointed that what I thought hip hop was going to do in South Africa, it is not doing, and I think that's the gist of my article that is in the Words, Beats and Life Journal. That's why the article is called Two Genres, One Mic. Is it a Kwaito jive or a rap party? The revolution betrayed, because I believe that if you've got the mic, as a young person, you can change the world, and you can actually critique and address issues. And when hip hop started in South Africa, I think it was on that tip. But now people just want to get paid, and of course we can't blame them. They have to get paid. But in that process, you then compromise what you actually really stand for. You know, and there's a lot of things that are happening in South Africa that I would have liked to see hip hop standing ground and addressing. And of course, I do note what Cape Town is concerned about. You know, hip hop. I think for me, it's a different political landscape altogether. They are probably still concerned about language and identity, but there is more issues that hip hop can be driving in South Africa. So the narrative for me, I think, is something that we still have to do. Osmic, I see, is here now. We were doing tours in Soweto. It was called The Word on the Street. We wanted the young people using all the hard, I see Emil is here, Emil YX. What do you call them? All the 5 things, to use that to address what is the issue on the street, whether it was drugs and gangsterism, whether it was crime and rape. You know, we don't see that anymore. But hip hop is still going to be around. There's when I get a chance, I want to share a clip of an event that Slicker did not attend last week in Durban. You're asking about what do we look for when you sign an artist. I want to share a clip of what we saw in Devon last week, Sunday. Actually.
And I think
Sounds
Dr.
good.
Sitole is right. Hip hop is going to keep evolving. It has its ups and downs, but I do believe in essay. It will be the genre that is going to stand. It's going to stand the test of time because people are always going to have something to say. And unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, when a lot of money gets into it, it kind of seems as though people are not saying a lot. Although I feel that it also depends on where you're looking and who you're listening to and so forth. But I agree with Dr. Sitole 100%. I think that hip hop in South Africa is going to keep coming and going. And whenever I'm not in SA and I talk to people, whether I'm consulting for people internationally, I'm always like, yeah, South Africa is one of the top 5 hip hop capitals. I really believe that. I only say top 5 because I'm trying to be nice about it, but I think for me, I feel that what's going on in South Africa is top 3. There's so much going on, like all elements exist. There's so many different people, different languages, different beats. It grows, it evolves. I just love what's going on in SA. I think it'll keep growing.
And that's exactly why we chose South Africa as our first African country to feature through Words, Beats, and Life journal. So definitely top 5, top 3 capitals. Welcome, Oswick. So happy you could join us. I know you're a very busy man, so it's great to get you.
Apologies. My phone died earlier because I was at a graffiti workshop, so my phone died, and I had to run into a house just to quickly charge so that I can just join in. But thank you guys for.
We were gonna call you into a meeting when we are to report to us what really happened. But
no. I was out here trying to change lives. We're doing the graffiti braai where we're teaching kids. We've got Jorge from Cape Town. We flew him down. There's about 40 graffiti artists teaching kids, and so we speak about hip hop. To me, that is hip hop. So hip hop is you say it's not change. There's so many stories that are happening all around us all the time that the culture is doing, but obviously everyone looks at the popular guys. But if you look at things that are happening in Cape Town, you will like, oh my God. But I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, that was great to have you, especially because we're talking about the industry and you're such a big part of South Africa hip hop culture in general, with your Back to the City Festival, with the Hip Hop Museum, the Wall of Fame, etc. And you being an artist yourself, you're all around. So it's great to have you. What are your thoughts about the industry in South Africa? Like, where is it going? What's the future of the industry for hip hop in South Africa?
I think it's a beautiful future. And I also think the culture is at its most healthiest it's ever been. And I'll explain, because I talk hip hop, so I'm not talking rap, not the rappers. I'm talking hip hop. So you look at the graffiti artists, you look at the b-boys, you look at the designers, you look at the producers. If you look at it, you've got quite a lot of people who are able to they are self-sustainable from the culture. They don't have 9-to-5s. You look at, for instance, the evolution of what Slick has done, from an artist to, all this different media platforms that he has. And you couldn't have done that. I don't think you could have done that if he was like some R&B guy. You know what I mean? I don't think his mind would have been. No, I'm being honest. I don't think if he was a.
So early. Shots fired so early.
I'm no shots, but I'm saying because the culture promotes your entrepreneur spirit. It allows you to be fluid, because if you look at quite a lot of these guys, a lot of them are multi in what they do. Whether you're recording yourself or you're making your own beats and you're starting to do a bit of your PR, and this is even from the underground guys, right? But that's what's happening in the culture. I mean, the other day, having a conversation with Falco, who's doing all these NFTs of his paintings, there's a few other graffiti dudes. You look at some of the work that, a brand like Bhutan Wear is doing. Look at where they are. So for me, I think it's at its healthiest because one, people have also figured how to get currency for themselves by not reporting to anyone. And I think the only aspect that would struggle a bit would be the super big artists, because I think the super big artists, the pressure is very different because, like Lee said, there's big money, there's you need to keep up with the Kardashians as well, so there's all of this in your sphere. But I think hip hop, South African hip hop, it's just at an amazing space.
Yeah.
So, Sia, do you agree with that? It's been hard for you in terms of having a more revolutionary voice within the industry?
I had to choose my path. I had to choose whether I'm going to rap it all the time or I'm going to do it myself. And just yesterday I was in Botswana at the Superstore. I wasn't in Durban because I had to go to Kenya, and the gentleman confirmed late for my appearance. Just so I couldn't change the flight. Yes, but I did let him know. Nonetheless, I must apologize to the elder right now. So I think that it's the thing with hip hop for me. It's I think it's going to be a problem if we separate hip hop from young people, right?
Yeah.
And South African youth of 2003 and South African youth of 1994, and South African youth of 2022 are going through completely different experiences.
Sure.
For the first time, the Black South African, from a living perspective, is broadly separated, with regards to interests. Historically, we could have been separated by urban and rural, which is physical separation. But today, the mental separation is so broad because it's got everything to do with the environment that you built growing around, the people that you're growing around, the influences that you're getting. So, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there were really 3 channels that people were watching on TV, and they listened to radio stations that probably spoke their language. Today, those people are mixing everything up. So right now, we've got almost like a division of minds. And young people, if they're not doing graffiti, then they've got problems with mental health, right? Then they got problems with some of the pressures of some of the artists who are Kwaito artists, some of the biggest, including hip hop artists, who never knew what to do with success, has got everything to do with things that are related to the pressures that come with that, but no one was talking about that 20 years ago. But as we literally become more urbanized people, and even we raising children who are literally growing up in the suburbs, our children are not growing up like us. So even some of the things that some of the hardest kids are going through in hip hop and say Soweto, my child is probably not going to go through that because he's growing up in the suburbs. And I'm probably like a second generation of that. So hip hop now is becoming broader, where the help could literally be like somewhere where you're doing exactly what Osmic is doing right now with the community. The help could literally be like things that are related to mental health, which have nothing to do with even your success there. So my thing is that whenever hip hop separates itself from the problems of young people, because hip hop is supposed to save young people first. And if it saved young people are then obviously able to save everyone else after that. So for me, the core of hip hop is it has to save young people first. And young people are going through the most in every aspect, not in the only few aspects that they were going through 20 years ago or 40 years ago. There are new variables right now that, like when hip hop started, those variables probably were there, but they were not as highlighted. Mental health was let's just look at the narrative. 20 years ago, you could be like they were like talking about gay rappers, and everybody was like, who's the gay rapper? Who's the gay rapper? 20 years ago, when you see the gay rapper, you got to make sure you acknowledge them and you give them that respect, right? So even the tone of people and how people are speaking, you could be the biggest gun shooting rapper 20 years ago. Today, that's a bit dated. You need to be straight. You need to be smooth. You know what I mean? So you can see even the audience of hip hop is also starting to evolve and become a little bit more compassionate. and because now like they call that soft, right? 20 years or 30 years ago, that was soft. So we're starting to see this new youth that's developing. That means the music is also going to change, and that means that like what is going to be whatever hip hop is saving is also going to change. And going back to what everyone is saying, that's just a long way of saying that is why hip hop is always going to be around. Because whether these kids are going to tell these stories on amapiano beats or tell them on hip hop beats, the point is that that's inspired by rhythm and it's inspired by rap at the end of the day.
We will live forever.
Yeah, you know. So if we're talking hip hop, and I go back to how hip hop was started, it was young people saving themselves, for themselves. Right now, when they make rhythm and poetry, thank you. Right now, they play with hip hop like young people. Hip hop is supposed to save someone's recording label, but it was always about young people saving themselves. That's why when something does well, it has to be mainstream. But even if we're not like the greatest guys in the mainstream now in the South African market, is hip hop still saving young people? Well, look at what Osmic is doing right now. You know what I mean? So hip hop doesn't, and Kwaito can't say it's saving young people right now through things that are being built by the various platforms or whatever the case be. So hip hop will always save young people one way or the other, and will exist even if it's not in sound. You know, in my view.
Sure.
Now we talk about, so you brought up mental health a few times, and we talked about it a little bit earlier too. Emil was on talking about he uses writing for healing. And, you know, I'm sorry to all of you, because I'm sure you all close to Ricky Rick. May he rest in peace, who we just lost recently. And, you know, we also lost Jabba a few years ago. And they had mental health issues, right? So what, if anything, can the industry do or the community do to help folks who are having some challenges with mental health?
You know, when I, of course, my thesis is dated now, because I got my PhD in 2017. The whole gist of my thesis was about what young people are talking about in their music through hip hop, and if anyone is listening, whether people are just dancing to the beat and not listening to the message, because the struggles of young people, as Slika is saying, are actually expressed through this genre, through this culture, even through the graffiti that Osmic is talking about. But is anybody taking a moment and just reflect on that graffiti and try and interpret, even it is so abstract, what is this person who's bombing that wall trying to say? You know, is anybody who's listening to the music that is being put out there just listening to the messages? It could be that we actually missed a lot on what Ricky Rick was saying in the music, or even what WHP was saying in the music, because we were probably more concerned about how skilled they are as rappers, master lyricists or skilled MCs, but no one is listening. Now, prior to us attaining our democracy, I won't say freedom, our democracy in South Africa, the apartheid regime had full-time officials listening to every song that is put out on radio, whether there were subversive messages there and whether there were messages that were threatening to overthrow the state. But today we don't have, whether in social development, in those departments, whatever, whether people who are just employed to listen to what young people are going through the music. And we might detect those things, and we might just not hear what there's. And I know I'm probably just theorizing too much about it, but the music is a reflection of what people see and hear in society, and they just express it. You know, Slicker did write Blacks Are Fools, and I wrote about it in my thesis. And Reason wrote about foolish politics, and I wrote about it in my thesis. There's another artist who wrote about Black men, you're on your own. You know, he talks about, I try and set up a corner thing at the street to sell something or wash cars. The officials say I'm violating the bylaws. The next thing, I'm just going to take a gun and go and go rob a bank. You know, So it's all of those things that we are saying people are going, so they get frustrated and they do get into this mental illness. But in other cases also, it's about, democracy. I know we've got 10 minutes or so. Democracy came at a cost to the Black family because there is so much expectation to excel, to succeed, to be better than the other person next door, as opposed to when we were under apartheid, because we were all collectively oppressed. So we did not expect any other person to be better than the other person. So when you start seeing successes of my neighbor and my friend and my peers, and it's not happening to me, it's like we are now failing. It's even worse on the black man, if I may say, because there's so much expected from young men or young adults to be better. And they get into this depression because they failed. There's so much pressure on the Black person right now in South Africa because we're now expecting to be in this free market. Nobody can complain anymore. That's just my input on it.
Yeah, I think, what Dr. Sithole said about, I even had to take a second and think, about the fact that, are we listening? Are people listening to the things that are being said? I think that when it comes to mental health issues, and obviously with Ricky and with Jabba, both those stories are beyond devastating and heartbreaking. I think not just for the culture, but for people, because they represent a generation and they represent people who, perhaps wanted to be heard, people who have, people who are like dealing with a lot. But do we have a culture in general where it's okay to kind of have discussions? Sia mentioned something about how before, like 20 years ago or so, everything was about, like if you were kind of talking or that kind of thing, it was like you were being soft. And although we've moved ahead, I think that in general, not just in hip hop, but I think when you look at, I would say broadly in African society, South Africa and Africa, like this whole thing about talking about what's going on. And if you're a man, being honest with what you're dealing with, it's not something that's, unfortunately, we're not quite there yet. They're kind of unnecessary pressures. One thing about Ricky is, I think the fact that he was so brave to always say what he was dealing with. He really was so brave to always say what he was dealing with. And he was also vulnerable and brave enough to love even in spite of all that. To just continue regardless of what the world was around him. And sometimes I think that sometimes these people who are great leaders, whether they're rappers or whatever the case may be, they're in this kind of like public space. They're in this fishbowl. It's a big one. Things may be going great, but they're in this big fishbowl, and that's what it is. They're in a fishbowl. And how do they navigate and circumnavigate all of that? Because with greatness, there's also the other side of it. And I think that, when I think about Jabba and when I think about Ricky, both as individuals, as individual people, and the kind of caliber of people that they were, and I believe their spirits still live, and that they are. And just in terms of their contribution to the culture, they both exemplified giving everything. Like they left it all in the field, and they also were people who were able to carry other people alongside with them. And sometimes that crown is heavy. It's heavy. You feel like you want to be carried too.
Definitely. But then we have folks like Osmic who are out there in the community trying to give some more hope with your graffiti workshops. Tell us a bit more about what you're doing these days.
Well, all these things that I do, I literally saw from people like Emil, who you just said was on the platform, people like Jorge, and all this different stuff that Cape Town was doing, and obviously it clicked to me way later when I was a bit grown up to say, actually, the reason why some of us started what we did is because we referenced it for people like them, whether it be a back to the city, whether it even be this museum idea, whether it be all these different workshops. And I think that is why also the reason why for me, the biggest thing that I'm trying to push, especially within the museum, is the workshop aspect of it. So for the last month, there's been 6-day workshops, whether it's DJs, whether it's production, whether it's graffiti that's happening today, whether it's dance. We did some dance ones in Cape Town. There's another just all-out female that's for Cape Town coming up as well. But also it's just, some of these lessons that I think Sia was earlier talking about, to say, let's now start also bringing in the topic about, mental health. What is mental health? Because I think a lot of us also talk that word mental health, but not understanding what exactly is that and what causes it, right? And obviously, the culture also has a big struggle with drugs, because of on drugs, and it's a topic that everybody don't want to talk about, but everybody's on drugs, and they could be using these drugs as a way to cope. One. They could be using alcohol as a way to cope, but I think it's important for the next generation of kids to understand all these different things, to understand things like peer pressure, because I think we tend to forget the role things like peer pressure play, because some of these guys are caught up in these things purely from peer pressure. So I think it's quite key to expand on all these topics, not just show a person how to get on radio, but when you get on radio and then you become a big star, then what? How do you handle all of that? Because everybody wants fame and everyone wants to be rich, but no one knows what money looks like and what it does. No one knows what this fame does to you once you're there. And I think the culture back now. There's a few. I mean, I look at some of these things that are also happening in Cape Town, in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, that guys are starting to say, actually, it's time to plow back. It's time to go back to basics. Because you'll never know from the community who's the next big star, but let this big star also carry this knowledge, knowing that when they step into these arenas, when they're big artists, they must always keep X and Y in check, So yeah.
Right. So Jennifer, I still want to share with you 30 seconds of
your clip. Okay, yes, sorry, go ahead.
Nickerson was talking about hip hop is always going to evolve. I was in Durban where Slicker was supposed to be at a
You're not going to get away with that one.
He explained himself, and I have accepted it. Now I know why he was in there. It was a hood versus hood. It's just two townships just turned aside and competing.
Sure.
And the ultimate winner was whoever it was. But there was this artist that just blew us. And by the way, Doggy T was there. He just stood up and said, "Game over." And this was number 3 of 20 artists that were yet to perform. I hope I will be able to
try to share your screen at the bottom.
To share my screen.
Yeah. Let's see if it works. We might need Mazi's help to see if it doesn't. We have a couple of minutes left.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will just do 30 seconds of it. I don't know whether this.
All right. While we waiting, Emil is saying to Osmic he wants to come home to teach hip hop cultural education at the museum. 360 degrees back to being a teacher.
Well, he needs to understand that all these things I'm doing, I literally cut and paste to what he was doing. And literally, it's literally cut and paste of all these things that they were doing with the school programs, all these things that, the POC tours that were doing in schools. And we basically, some of us were influenced by those things. So now we're trying to then, take it to the next generation. So the good that he was doing, or is still doing, is living through us. So thank you, big boss.
That's legacy right there.
Exactly.
I think SA hip hop stands on the shoulders of Cape Town for real. Like that's definitely legacy. Like definitely. Oran, Emil, POC, everybody. I don't want to start giving shout outs and you leave somebody out.
You'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, because I always go back to that moment that,
But I think also, Lee, just to add to.
No, continue.
Okay, it does not.
You can go.
I will succeed.
No, continue.
See, but I don't think we can get you to share
Yeah,
your thing, unfortunately.
I can't share the because it's not a link. It's a video clip, but it's
Oh,
okay.
okay. All right. Go ahead and finish your thought, Osmic, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, no, I was saying to what Lee is saying. I mean, that's also, I think, the important element of the South Museum. Last week when I was in Cape Town, I had the chance to meet, some of the, whether they're the forgotten faces, but these are people that literally were doing some of the most amazing things. Late 80s, early 90s. And very, very, very pioneering people, And I think it's important, for instance, another thing of why the museum had to exist, because, in South Africa, it's always hip hop it's for children, and always saying, yes, it's for the kids, but there's also 65-year-olds. I was meeting 60-year-olds that were b-boying and, at some point, I even thought some of them were in the wrong place, because I was like, sir, I think you might be lost, because this is a hip hop thing. And he's like, but I'm a b-boy from 1982. You know what I mean? So yeah, we can't wait to to show everybody these stories once the museum opens.
Hip hop has no age limits. That's great.
Yeah, well, I'm turning 60 in April, and I'm here talking about hip hop.
Here we go.
So as we wrap up, I just wanted to know: does anyone have any advice for up and coming artists about the industry? What advice would you give?
That's liquor for you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
He's going to give the thesis right now.
You'll summarize for us, okay?
For me, it's simple. I think what Osmic is doing, he's building our story so we can own our story. Because better he has it than anyone else that's outside the culture. He's physically building our story. I believe that I'm virtually building like the platforms for our story as we get into like the ownership. A big thing about the hip hop thing is who is owning the platforms. As we're building our own distribution platform, we're building our own kind of pay gate user generated content platform. It's literally just saying let's also move forward with the technology, because we know it's the hip hop kids that are gonna change, that are gonna move everybody forward. We know it's the hip hop kids that are gonna understand why these platforms need to be done. So I was just speaking to some kids yesterday, and I was saying, you gotta say YouTube is your competition, because you can't say that I got a podcast on YouTube, but like you're not the one that you don't deal with the business directly, So we also need to move from that space of believing that like all these platforms are actually our platforms, when a URL, in my view, youtube.com and slickonlife.co.za, they like home addresses. It's just that the other one has got more people in it, So it's important for us to also start understanding that the concept of ownership is virtual. And that's when we start owning our stories. That's why we got online distribution. So we could actually then also start like having pools of artists that we're able to advise, give support to, because we advise these guys outside contracts and people push them out and do whatever they do. Yeah. But we probably need to build systems where we could talk with them within that platform. So I think the one thing I want to tell the hip hop guys is that, just across the board, be serious about it, not just the rapper. Be serious about it, about the managing. Be serious about it, about the global vision. Be serious about it, about understanding the publishing rights. Be serious and don't think that your friend is going to get it. If your friend is not growing as fast as you growing as an artist, then the game is not going to grow. At the end of the day, the only way our stories are going to be reaching the world is if everyone is not fighting for the same seat. Not everybody needs to get behind the mic. Hip hop is bigger than just the mic, and that's why I bought like the mental health on purpose, because all I was trying to say is that hip hop is not music. Hip hop is what is the key for young people to basically create new worlds, because the rest of the industries, whether it's the economy, is not owned by us. You know what I mean? So, but hip hop and a lot of cultural things are our key. So we got to use those keys to learn how to get into the economy in different ways. So when we're doing this hip hop, we're not movable, but we also directing where it goes. Because right now, our kids are going through this mental health thing because they're trying to answer everything that the world of hip hop has got nothing to do, which are the bills, which are the pressures of lifestyle, because they don't own half of these platforms that put this demand running from media. The media is the media, the Twitter. It's just not all controlled. And this is not a popular statement. I say hip hoppers or cultural people, they literally shouldn't be engaging with other people who literally only get credit because they can give an opinion on a social platform. You cannot be engaging. We are two types of people, but we've given all these people the power to feel like they're equal to the creators, and then they literally bash the creators. It's almost like going into a city and tearing down the city, but it's your city because you're saying you're striking. It's our people are almost tearing the pillars of creativity because of the mind state of being always mean on social media. So just a little bit of kindness, because the world is made out of creativity. And where does this creativity come from? From Black people. And where does this creativity come from mostly? From young people. What are young people doing mostly? They're probably doing this hip hop thing. They're probably writing their stories because they don't have the power to shoot videos or have editing suites, but they can get a pen and a paper or use someone's phone to write those lines. We are the seeds of that creativity. But all these platforms are letting these people feel like they're equal to us, so they tear us apart, So to all the young people, please, ownership, and you are the owners of the stories, and you're the beginning and the end of creativity, because even the houses that are called architecture were drawn by creative. So don't think that you are different or there's something not right about you. The whole world is made by creatives, and you're the hip hop guy, so play your role and be great.
We told you, Jen.
There you go. I'm like, yes, they are the ones that have the power, and they are our future. Thank you so much. This was a great session. You all are legends in your own right. So I'm very honored to have you all with us today. Thank you so much. And let's stay in touch. Over to you, Mazi.
I got a feeling that we're supposed to close out. Is that the
wait, where's Dennis? Dennis, get on screen.
When you're in the green room, it says you could be put on at any time, be ready. So I took that literally.
I'm here.
There you are.
So yeah, we're closing out. Beautiful day, beautiful event. I do want to say on my end, just wanted to give a thank you again for the work of the WBL Journal editorial team for their hard work on this project. That's Alan King, Alice Sandojiraj, Mikal Lee, Anastasia Clouting, Erica Keith, and of course, Msia and Jennifer for the work that you all have done. I also want to thank Mazi for creating this space some 20 years ago, entrusting me to maintain the integrity of this journal and also taking it in new directions. And finally, just a special shout out and thank you, appreciation, respect to the people and artists of South Africa and the South African hip hop community. Your power and creativity is what brought us to you. It has been our honor to engage with you, to celebrate your unique hip hop perspective. And as I've been saying all day, the completion of this special issue on South Africa is just really the beginning of our engagement with this community of artists and with our engagement around the continent. So don't wait for another special issue. We want to hear from you now and what you have to say, feature your voices throughout our series of special issues, general issues, and all kinds of engagement. So that's just my last word in terms of my appreciation for this group and for this project and this idea.
Thanks, Dennis. No, today was amazing. Yeah, thank you to everyone, especially who was on the panel today and everyone along the way who worked with us on the journal itself. It's been a long time coming, and it's great to see the final product. It's really been a beautiful thing. And like Dennis said, we look forward to keep working together on South African hip hop affairs. Over to you, Msia.
I think you guys have said it all. I mean, it's been great. Yeah, I mean, I learned a lot today. So it's been fun, engaging, and I look forward to, connecting with people more.
And with that said, I guess we bid you all adieu. Good night if you are in South Africa, and have a wonderful afternoon for the rest of us here in the States.